G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, back with more Elder Scrolls for Oblivion. So when last we left off, we had completed all of the quest items for the Knights of the Nine up to... So I've got all the armor now. All I need is the sword, and I have Sir Lantham who wishes to come with me. Now, I did run back to Battlehorn Castle, grab any of the stuff that I kept there, and brought them back to the Priory of the Nine, because I feel this is more compact, a nicer little base. And I don't have to spend any money on it, really. Whereas if I want to make this one look nice, I've got to spend money. Not that money, excuse me, is a huge problem. I have a fair chunk at the moment, but I may need that to buy spells and such forth. Which, now that I mention it, I feel I should probably do before I go any further.
I am at your command.
I'll
stay on guard until you return.
Yeah, wait here. I haven't decided whether I'll come back for you or not. But let's go to the college, or the Arcane University. Keep calling it the college because that's what it's called in Skyrim. Let's go to the Arcane University and see if we can't find somebody.
Speak. Aranimus Lex, officer of the Watch. Every hand is needed to build an honest city, and it begins with you.
Really?
If you run into
I
trouble,
want to see if
find
I can purchase some more destruction spells, or just spells in general, actually. So let's have a bit of a look around at the shops that are here and see what we've got. I don't care about going through all the crates and stuff. So, alchemy?
What can I help you with? May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Yeah, alchemy supplies. No, thank you.
Safe travels?
When I asked that question, I probably should have looked at... Well, I probably wouldn't have guessed it by looking at Lustratorium. The Chironasium is just going to give me back pain and make me throw up. Wooden door to practice rooms. Really, that's all it is here? Well, except for a tiny backpack, which now I shouldn't have picked up because now I've got to sell it. Is there more practice rooms up here? There is. Mage apprentices. Did this have a slightly different door? Practice room upper level. That's all the name was. I just wasn't sure if you had to be a higher level mage to practice up there.
Hello, Guild. Renald Viernes. I'm the practice room proctor. No horseplay or foolishness. This is for serious exercises.
Okay, and you don't sell
You too.
spells, so I'm not interested in anything else. I did put some of my repair hammers away too. I was carrying like 18 of them or something, and I decided I should just carry... Oh, no, I was going to put away some of mine. But I obviously
Well met, Guildmate.
Major
I'm sorry,
apprentice.
fellow Magister.
Okay, nothing there. Said I wasn't going to go through that stuff, didn't I? What do we got here? Mage quarters. where's all the people selling spells? Like, who can train me in destruction and sell me some spells? That's what I want.
I welcome a friendly face in these dark times. Farewell, citizen.
The Mystic Archives.
Good day. Be seeing you.
Yeah. G'day, Khajiit. No, that's fine. I agree. It's a very nice game. I am very much enjoying myself. Ooh, lots of books.
Yes, I'm Boderi Ferrano, Mages Guild. Knowledge is power.
No, I don't really want mysticism training, although it will...
Let's see if we can
allow me to get...
There's much...
I'm hoping...
There's much...
intelligence at my next level.
Knowledge is... Take care.
I really wanted you to sell me some spells, though. That's what I really wanted. Some very expensive books in here. I'm sure if you spent the time looking up here, you would actually probably find a few spell books and some
Greetings,
books
apprentice.
that are decently priced that you could sell them. But I'm not willing to spend my time looking through all of that right now. All I want is to see if I can get some new spells. I don't know what this place is going to be.
Master Spellmaker Gaspar Stegin at your service. New spells, old spells, good spells, bad spells. They're all fun for me.
Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
I don't have enough for open hard lock. Damn it all. So...
You too.
Borisian, Master Spellmaker for the Mages Guild. Guildsmen only, of course. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Oh, there's lots of things that would suit me, but none of which I can actually use right now. So, can I use the Altar of Spellmaking to make myself a spell? Let's have a look now. Right, so that's definitely what is needed. If I was going to be using a bound sword, for example, I would definitely want to make my own spell out of it. What about... How much magicka do I actually have? 150. So, hang on a sec. I've got this spell right here, Electric Touch. Does 25 points of damage. That costs me 31 magicka. So if I wanted to make a more powerful version of that, shock damage, touch, I want the duration basically to be instant. I don't want to increase the area. So, I think it was 31 magicka. That should be creating... Is that 93... Oh, that's 25 damage for 31 magicka. That's exactly what my spell currently does, isn't it? 25 points of damage, 31 magicka. So if I want a slightly bigger one, let's say that it uses 50 magicka. I can do 36 damage. It's not that much more, really. I think what I would be better off doing... Maybe that's an idea. So let's basically put the exact shock we've got at the moment and add to that some absorb health. So that was 31 magicka. Wow, that's another 35 magicka, even just to absorb 3 health on touch. Oh no, sorry. It's... Okay, so I think what it's saying is that... Because if I was to remove that and just do the absorb health, that's 4. Okay, so the minimum there takes 4 magicka. That's giving me the total all up. Right, so let's go shock damage, 25 damage, and then let's do an absorb health. What does it take to also absorb 25 health? That'll be 93 magicka. What if we go 20 health? 77. Requires restoration skill of 50. Which I don't think I have. Can I make that 10 health? Requires destruction skill of 50, which I thought I did have. So let's go... Shock heal 1. Create. So now... Let's also make that... Because that was my 2 slot previously, wasn't it? So let's make shock heal 1 my 2 slot.
Good day.
I think the other thing that I really should consider, rather than healing like
Have a look
that,
at my wares.
if
I'm sure
I
there's something
had-
to suit you.
What I
Take care.
need is I need a simple, cheap, what am I looking for? I'm looking for... Actually, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to try and find the bound sword. And see what it's going to take to have a longer lasting version of that. Which I may not be able to do yet. But what I want is a weakness to shock. Right? I've already got weakness to fire. Do I have a fire touch? Yeah, I have Flammable Touch. See, that one, that's sort of doing what I want. But it's doing it over time. 4 points for 5 seconds on touch. Weakness to fire, 25% for 5 seconds on touch. I want something like that with shock, although maybe if it was over... This is the thing I keep saying I need to work out. whether these things that say they work over time, whether they actually do work, you know, if it's... Okay, so Flammable Touch, 4 points for 4 points damage, fire damage 4 points for 5 seconds on touch. Is that 4 points per second for 5 seconds, which means it does a total of 20 points of damage, or is it 4 points of damage spread over the course of 5 seconds? That's what it's not clear in the magic. So I need to confirm that. Let's see if so spell making. Yep. X-Mars, thanks for the follow. Chicken McNugget, thanks for the follow. Have I had... Chicken McNugget? Look, I'm not interested in this sort of crap in my channel, alright? This is a chill stream. We're playing the game. If you're here to talk about the game that I'm playing, fine. Otherwise, I'm just going to block you and kick you out. Right? Up to you. So, this really doesn't help me. It doesn't say whether... Okay, no, it does. 3 points of fire damage for 12 seconds will deal 36 points of damage. Okay, so that is... Well, assuming the wiki is correct... See you later, mate. You're banned. I don't understand why people are like that. Okay, so that spell there isn't actually too bad, considering it's only 16 magicka. But 5 seconds, this is the problem I got. 5 seconds is a long time in combat. Right? Yeah, that's alright, Wandering Star. This is the problem I got with spells that do damage over time. Particularly touch spells that do damage over time. 5 seconds is a long time in combat. I don't expect most opponents that if I'm at touch range, I don't want them to still be alive in 5 seconds in general. And I don't want to wait 5 seconds for them to receive 20 points of damage. I would rather them have 20 points of damage right now. What this spell here would be good for is to use it with, for example, the Mace of the Crusader, which does fire damage, right? So if I was to cast that spell on my opponent and then hit them with the mace is going to do even more damage. And that is a good thing. So I think what I'm going to do... Like, I know I'm probably going to use this mace a fair bit in the next fight. and it does fire damage. So, let's just do that. Let's
Hello,
just
guildmate.
create. I don't yet have a dedicated, or do I? I didn't think I had a weakness to fire. I do have weakness to fire. Oh. Right. Well, nothing to do here then. I think what I'm going to do is... let's put... okay, so that new shock that I did, shock heal, I'm going to put that in the number 1 slot. I tend to be using close-up spells rather than ranged. I'm then going to put weakness to fire in 2, and this Flammable Touch... no, actually, I don't want Flammable Touch in 3, really, because I'm just going to use the mace. I might use which is my best, like, my best ranged attack at the moment. Flare does 6, that does 20. Snowball does 10. Why have I not been using flare? I thought I had a cold-based range. Why have I not been using that as my ranged attack? And then, what have I got set? What is that one? Minor life detection. Oh, yeah, who cares about that? I don't even use that. And then 5 is my bound helmet. Yeah, I do sort of need that to help me level, but okay. I think I was going to use minor life detection as another way to level.
Hello,
as well.
guildmate.
Okay, I think that is the option that I want for how I go forward. So that's going to be my close range attack if I'm just using my sword, for example. Zappy zap. Maybe get some health back. If I'm going to use the mace, hit them with this, which makes them weak to fire, and then hit them with the mace. And then my long range attack is this, which is the long range fireball that I've got, or firebolt that I've got at the moment. That's sounding good. Okay. So let's go back to our base and get Solantham with us. I was hoping to get some even better spells than what I've got, but I think looking at what's available at the moment, I've got pretty good. I don't want spells that have massive magic costs.
Commander,
it's not worth it.
I am at your...
Yeah, so follow me.
Of course.
We are now going to... where do we have to go? Up here. Probably best to come back to Bruma, and we'll just follow the road from there. So the road out of Bruma heads, yeah, basically east, and then wraps around to the south before heading west. So we'll just follow the road because it feels a little bit quicker most of the time. I wonder where that goes, because that doesn't go to Cloud Ruler Temple. That just seems to go nowhere.
This is the part.
Okay. So, a little bit of confusion there. I added some mods today that were recommended for stability, which I don't think they really did a hell of a lot, because quite frankly, they're supposed to stop stuttering, and we saw just back up the hill a little bit there, the game sort of stuttered a little bit. But...
For the 9! I'm on your side.
There we go. Oh, Grandmaster Lock. I'll take that, and I'll take that. Was that all of them? It sort of sounded like there might have been a couple of them back here. No, I guess not. Yeah, I was saying, I installed some mods which were supposed to improve stability and performance. Unfortunately, they reset a whole bunch of my settings, and I forgot that I used to have. Are you going to come or not?
I am at your... Of course.
Yeah, face is all screwed up again. Oh, who cares? I forgot that I had changed some key bindings as well, and I tried to draw my weapon at the first battle with the wolf, and it wasn't working properly, and the reason it wasn't working properly was because...
Put that back.
Hang on a sec. This guy back up here, he was using a dwarven axe, and I didn't get a chance to pick it up. So I don't know what happened to it. There it is right there. I don't want the shield, but I will take that. You're back up on your horse again. I hate horses in this game. In fact, I'm not overly fond of them in Skyrim either. But if you want to ride a horse and follow me, you can, Solanthem, and that is perfectly fine. I will not stop you. Okay. So we're looking for the road that turns off to the an Oblivion gate. Wonderful. Looking for the road that turns off to the west, right here at this signpost. Are we going to get attacked by anything here? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're safe. But the question then is, we gotta wait until the switchbacks. Okay. Of course, the problem with running rather than riding a horse is that my stamina is not in that great a position at the moment. As you can see, the green line is less than half at the moment. Why is the sky still like that? We're not anywhere near that Oblivion gate. It's not, well, it is technically still on my map. It's still in my HUD, I mean. Not by much. I feel like that's a bug. And I feel like it's a bug that I didn't have before I included these mods. G'day, Angel. How we doing? We're doing okay. We're getting to where we need to go. then the fog rolls in. How the hell am I going to get up there? So I'm pretty certain that this is not going to just let me walk up this mountain. Hopefully there's something over this way. It is a little bit easier. Maybe this bit here. Sorry, Sir Lantham, your horse is not going to like trying to come through here. Oh, that's alright, Angel. Glad you found it enjoyable or useful or any of the above. I can't wait until there is another game that comes out. I feel like I need my sword out. I feel like there is something here. What is that down there? I can't wait till there's another game that comes out, not necessarily Pathfinder games, but any game that I can produce tutorial videos like that for. I don't feel like there's much I can do for games like Oblivion and Skyrim, because they've been out so long. I did create a few tutorial videos for my current new favoured party-based role-playing game, which is Solastar Crown of the Magister, and as soon as there is more content for that,
This ends here.
I will be producing a few more videos there as well. Come here, you. Well, the thing is that once you've played the game a bit, like, it's obvious that this here is a bit of a path. This is the easy way. This will probably lead to the road quite easily. If you know where the path starts. So, for example, when I just recently went to go here to the west, to the Priory of the Nine, it actually turns out that there is a path that leads basically around the edge of Castle Skingrad and just comes down this way over here and leads to about here, which gets you very close to the Priory of the Nine. I mean, it's actually just following a valley down here to get to the Priory of the Nine. It turns out that there is a lot of paths, and the same goes with Skyrim. There are a lot of paths that lead you to the places you need to go in missions. Unfortunately, it doesn't always show you where the start of the path is. And most of the time, you'll find that out. Most of the time, you will find that out when you're leaving the location. If you don't immediately fast track away, and fast travel, away, then you'll find that, oh, if I had have taken this bit here, I could have got here a lot easier. Because I remember going to some places, the other one that was really like that was over here, this one, Cloud Top, which is part of the mission that you have to do at the Coral Mages Guild. That mage that's outside the guild who wants this book that's up there, and it's a book that you're not supposed to keep. When I did that quest the first time, I had taken Battlehorn Castle by rescuing it from the Marauders. And because it was so close, I went, oh, look, I'll just go to Battlehorn Castle, I'll drop a few things off, and then from here, I'll make my way up to there. How hard can it be? Like, vertical cliffs the entire way, and I'm going around on all these layers trying to get height wherever I can because I felt I needed to get up high to get there. But you just come north out of Coral, and right about here there is a trail that leads off, and you just follow the trail and it winds its way up. I think it has to do a little thing around here like that, and it takes you straight to Cloudtop. So the developers, in most cases, have it set up so that there's a path. And it is a lot easier in Skyrim because you'll see those little towers of stones on the edges, on the sides of the road, and they tell you where the paths lead off, and often there'll be more pillars of stones along the path leading to various locations. And that makes it really easy. But it's still knowing the right pillar of stones to turn off on at any given time. That's the hard part. Yeah, the problem with Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is the same as the reason why I never finished Pathfinder Kingmaker. Right? So the problem I've got, and I mentioned this a lot on my streams, so you may or may not have heard me say this before, but the problem I've got with Pathfinder Kingmaker is the pacing's all wrong for me. I loved the first chapter where you're trying to get the barony, but once you've got the barony, there are so many things in the pacing of the game that slow you down and stop you from just continuing the storyline. It's the same, I loved Varnhold's Lot because there was no pacing issue. You do the mission in Varnhold's Lot, you start it, and you go all the way to the finish. There's no interruptions. There's nothing that forces you to go off and do something else. Like, in Oblivion and Skyrim, it's my choice when I want to stay on the main quest line or go and do something else. But in Pathfinder Kingmaker, it forces you to go and do other things because the main quest line stops for months at a time and you've got to go and do other things. When I'm in the mood to get through this mission and to do this adventure and see this to the finish, and I'm being forced to go and do something else. Right? And the problem that I see with Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, not having played it, of course, but what I understand is the main content of the game, is that they've put in another one of those elements that take away from the storyline. So now, rather than just owning a kingdom, you're in control of armies, right? So if I want to play a game where I'm the leader of an army, I'll play a game where I'm the leader of an army. But I don't like them mixing these sort of genres. When I'm playing an RPG adventure game, I want to do an RPG adventure game. Exactly, Cred. Exactly. You know, games that do that sort of stuff where they either put time limits on things or they then force you to not do what you want to do for hours on end, I just don't like it. And so I'm probably not going to play Wrath of the Righteous. Also, multiple other reasons. I looked it up the other day. I've got about 200 Pathfinder videos on my channel. Pathfinder Kingmaker videos on my channel, of which I've got about, I can't remember now, but I've got a significant number of tutorial videos and build videos and all that sort of stuff. I don't consider myself a massive gamer channel. You know, like I still consider myself a starting channel. It was, to me, it was very, very recently that I broke the 1,000 subscriber mark. I'm at 1,400 subscribers or something like that now, and it blows me away the rate that I'm still getting subscribers, because for the first 2.5 years of this channel, they dribbled in, because it took me 2.5 years to get to 1,000 subscribers, or maybe a little bit more than 2.5 years. and then I've got 400 and something subscribers in a handful of months, you know, like 4 months or 5 months or something. So I still consider myself a small channel, I know that, but it would have been nice to be considered from Owlcat Games for a beta release key. You know, I see a lot of other people producing videos. Admittedly, as I said, I don't consider my channel to be anywhere near theirs, but, you know, this channel grew on Pathfinder Kingmaker. It is what set this. It's what set this channel up. I readily admit this channel was nothing before I started playing Pathfinder Kingmaker, but as I've said, the game just doesn't work for me anymore. I've realised that there are things that I want in a game, and that it doesn't. I don't like the look of that mace. All black like that. It looks like it's cursed or diseased or something. So yeah, so the other thing is that I'm a Linux gamer, and they released the original Pathfinder Kingmaker for Windows, Mac, and Linux. This time they've released it for just Windows and Mac, and it's not available for Linux, which is a bit of a kick in the butt to me, I feel. What was that? Something just took a swing at me. Was it the tree? I don't see a trap on the ground. Anyway. So yeah, not impressed with Wrath of the Righteous. I don't know. I might be able to be convinced to look into it more. I sort of doubt it though. Oh, that's right. Oh, I hate this. Come on, hurry up and kill the bastard. That's why I'm not going to use this mace very much. It forces them to flee. What happened to my follower? He is nowhere to be seen. Oh, there you are. You finally decided to catch up, did you? I'm going back to the Dwarven Longsword because I'm not going to put up with a sword or a weapon that forces my opponents to run away. It is too hard. Yeah, I can understand that, Cred. And look, I'm playing this on Proton. I played Skyrim on Proton. It does work. The latest versions are working very well, particularly if I download. There's a special version of Proton that this one guy works on that fixes a lot of bugs and stuff.
Look out, sir!
And so if I... Where is the spell that I want? That's the spell.
You do realize you can hold back. Die now!
Yeah, when I use this special version of Proton, everything goes great, you know? I rarely have problems. Although, having said, you know, this game does crash a little bit, but I think it's more the game. I don't think it's Proton all that much. So, yeah, I definitely agree. Proton is a great way to get games running. And I've got lots of games now to run under Proton. So I think it is very good. But when you have a developer who built a game and, quite frankly, had very few bugs on Linux, it just annoys me that they then drop it. So anyway, oh, that's another shield and a silver mace. Very good.
Beware!
Oh, shut up. I should not have brought you with me.
Beware!
Oh, you're just going to sit there and yell, beware, and do nothing. Yes, we're going to need... There we go. Oh, I hate the fleeing mechanic in games. I wish I could disenchant this mace or change the enchantment on it, because that's terrible. Oh, look at my stamina at the moment. Can I rest for an hour? I can. Beautiful. Yeah, I know Proton's a more cost-effective solution. For me, I'm a little bit biased because I'm a DevOps engineer specializing in Linux. I haven't used anything but Linux as a desktop in nearly 20 years now. I think it was about 2002 that I stopped using Windows as a desktop. And so I just look at it and say, what's the point in using Windows? I feel that Linux is definitely the better solution.
Let's get this over with.
All round as a desktop environment. No matter what you're trying to do, you've got so many advantages over a Windows user. But nobody really wants to see those advantages because no one wants to make the switch from Windows because Windows is comfortable to them. They're used to using it, despite the fact that it is the biggest pile of crap ever produced. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the subject. Anyway, I feel like I need more stamina in this build with all of this armor. I really do. And I got rid of all of my fatigue potions because I thought, oh, I won't need them. Repair hammer. Do I need to repair anything? Yes, I need to repair that longsword. Definitely. And I pretty much can't repair anything else, but that's good enough. I can get that repaired.
Greetings, Sinette.
I feel like I haven't explored everywhere on this other level. Like, we never went that way, we never went that way. So I think I want to do that before I go any further. Yes, that's the way I want to go. And get that spell out for you guys to help you out a little bit. Hello there. Well, what you doing? closer. Well, this is one of the DLC missions as well, so if you didn't have this DLC, this would not be familiar. You had a silver mace. Where did it end up? And where are you? God, stupid followers. I don't like followers in the Oblivion games, I've got to say. There are times when I'm playing when I feel like I need to have a follower, because it feels like, you know, I'm not sure enough with the character build, and I want a follower to help keep me alive. But this is useless. How much did that... Oh, that longsword survived that all right. How is my equipment doing? Yeah, it's doing okay. That's good. Okay. Where's this going to go? Underpole Keep, North Wing. Sounds like fun. Strong healing potion. That's going to be nice. Not going to complain about that at all. Okay. Going around that way links up with that, so we'll go this way.
For Sir Roderick! Beware!
And of course, that sword has no effect on the ghost. That. And I can't change that. What about now? There we go.
Ha! You'll never take me down. Look out, sir! Oh! Do your worst. Whoa! This is the part where you fall. Ha! You'll never take me down. Wah! Do your worst.
Okay, just a minute. We want to come back over here. Can't wait while there are enemies nearby. I am going to change my heal spell to that for the moment.
For Sir Roderick!
Okay.
Don't feel bad. No one lives forever. Justice is really on the side of my blade. Ha! You'll never take me down.
Wow. What the hell? How did he kill me? I had half health.
Take your soul.
He hasn't killed me, he's knocked me down? What's going on?
Down with you in the name of Father Arcata.
Won't tell me what effect is being done on me, but... Strong healing. Oh god, that didn't do much.
Die!
Okay. Strong sorcery. Magic's the only thing that's going to kill him. Well, that was a very tense little battle there. Can I wait for an hour now and get all my stuff back? Okie dokie. Next time, use magic against the ancient ghosts, because nothing else works. Even the mace that was doing fire damage wasn't actually doing anything. Maybe that ancient ghost was immune to fire as well, but the shock was working, so... Although I probably should have switched to the cheaper shock spell, because I was doing absorb health, which wouldn't have been doing anything against him. Because he's a ghost. Sorry, that was a really bad Scooby-Doo impression.
Beware!
Out of my way, Lantham! Oh. Come on. Switch that spell to just... No, not Shocking Touch. Where is it? Touch... Electric Touch. So are you actually dead, Lantham, or are you going to get up now? You're dead. You've had an elven longsword all this time and you didn't tell me? I feel like... we're going to go back to here. You are pretty well useless. And all I'm doing at the moment is keeping him alive. Let's reset that. Because it's more effective against the ghosts. Yeah, what am I doing? No, we want to go back this way. to stop jumping around like that. It's doing my stamina. It's not helping my stamina, put it that way.
Don't worry, I'll take this one.
God damn it. Wish there was a way to retract those spikes, but I don't see one.
Knights of the Nine!
Are you still up there? That's a Dwarven Bow. Potions. Can I rest for an hour? Beautiful. And there's nothing there. Okay. There's got to be a way I can meet back up with him. Some way. Maybe not. What was that? No. Thought it might have been another little spot where he could meet up with me. Oh, hello there. That's just a steel mace. I don't want it. Okay. I guess I'll meet up with my companion somewhere down the road. Is there anything up here? No. Oh, a locked chest. That's the one thing I want. I needed to... That's what I meant to do when I was making spells earlier. Make the next couple of level of unlock spells. Because I find it incredibly annoying that I do not have an appropriate... Oh, hang on, maybe I do. Is that an easy? That is. There you go. I didn't think I had the appropriate unlock spell for that. Okay. Staff of Sickness, an Orcish shield, and some gold. Surprised that something didn't jump out of me. Oh, look who's joined me again.
I am at your Of course.
I wish I could search your inventory, because you've got an elvish sword there, which I want. 'Cause I believe it would be even better than this.
Rakatash and the Nine! This ends here.
Yeah, that's not doing much in the way of damage, is it?
Do your worst. Knights of the Nine! Beware! Cannot grant you mercy, Rakatash.
Oh, you're actually shooting arrows. Okay. I would hope my blade skill increased after that. That was a ridiculous. You're shooting dwarven arrows at him? And that's a silver bow? Like, I want to know where you're getting all your gear from, because I didn't have dwarven arrows. That's just an iron bow. We definitely don't want that. There's a second skeleton here somewhere. There it is. Or a third, I should say. Okay, that blade is going to want some repair work. Everything else is just going to have to be what it is. The Mace of the Crusader is down quite a bit. My Cuirass is down quite a bit. My shield is doing good, though. And I got arrows sticking out of me like a pincushion. And I tell you what, those better not... At least two of those look dwarven. At least two of these arrows look dwarven. I can see them right there. Same fletching. There and there. Got anything to say for yourself, mister? No, I didn't think so. Oh, actually, I wanted to wait and get my health back. And now we can do the light. Okay, nothing here. Don't jump, Tony. It ruins your stamina / fatigue, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that's looking very ominous down there. But I don't want to just jump down there. Okay, what's over here? Oh, a chest with 6 more dwarven arrows. And some other stuff which I will all kindly take. I am unsure. Of the best way down. I feel like it's over there. I feel like the drop over there is a lot less. If I come down just here. Drop onto that and then come down there. You should have watched me. I'm a little wary about walking through the middle of that. Got a tunnel there. That's leading to the Great Forest? What? And that's under Paul Keep. Well, I'm curious what's going on over here. This sort of feels like the way we came in, and that chest is empty. But it can't be the way we came in, because I don't remember this area at all. And the map shows we didn't come in that way. And I feel like if I come out here, I'm coming out in a completely different spot to where I came in. Let's have a look. Well... no. This is making out it's the way we came in. And I mean, the first part of this did sort of look familiar. But this next part certainly didn't. Oh wait, no, maybe it did. That's right, I got attacked by that tree over there. And we did end up going through there. I feel like, oh, it's up there, which I can't get to. Okay, so this is... okay, we did come full circle. Right. Fine. Now, when I come back in here this time... yes, we never went right over there, so I want to go right, but ultimately, coming down this way, I think is the way we have to go in the long run. But for now, we never went this way last time, so let's do it now.
Don't worry, I'll take this one. This ends here.
Okay. Stop jumping, Tony. And here comes a zombie.
Don't worry, I'll take this one.
A headless zombie at that. I have another level. Isn't that nice?
No one lives forever.
Speaking of no one living forever, saving is probably a good idea right there. Can I wait for an hour? Beautiful. Quick save. What's the time? Okay, 2 o'clock. Well. Okay.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. What's the matter? Die. Ha! You'll never take me. Die again.
Okay, we need to heal. We need to... I've contracted wobbly cobbles. That's not nice. Were you actually doing anything down there, or were you just doing a play-by-play, giving me encouragement, that type of thing? I could hear you in the background, but I just fought 3 of these annoying things all by myself. I do need to drink a potion of cure disease, and then I need to work out... No, here. If that got rid of my... I think that's got rid of my disease. Actually, the other reason why my fatigue is so bad is because I've got that curse still. Which I don't think I can do much about at the moment. Once again, I would very much like a bed to be able to get my level. But I don't like my chances of finding one. One sec. Okay. I hear more skeletons. I see more skeletons.
For
I see
Sir
more
Roderick!
skeletons than I want to see. Oh god, they're everywhere. Don't know how we're going to fight those other guys if we can't get them to fall off.
This ends here.
Where is the other one? Up here. There we go. Another strong healing potion. Can't wait when there are enemies nearby. This door is my only option. going for carrying capacity. Grab the shield. Can I... Still got enemies nearby, damn it. I'll come back this way. I bet you it's because what's-his-face is stuck out there. And it's like, well, because he's stuck there with those bad guys, you've got enemies nearby. And we're not going to let you heal. Okay then, onward. Can't repair while there are enemies nearby. What is the state of that? That's not great. 74. I don't want to use that. So we have to put up with it. Gold. Oh, you're stuck behind there. Man, I wish I had the fire runes from Skyrim. I could just cast that underneath his feet out there. Because I've got a funny feeling that's not going to pass through the gates. This is not good. I've got two of them waiting there for me now. Well, if I've got to wait, then I'm going to wait for my magicka to recover enough that I can heal myself fully. And then wait for it to get back to 100%. I'm going to wait for my magicka to get all the way back. Then we're going to attempt to unlock that gate. And that's going to be the most dangerous part, because with this mod that I've got for Morrowind unlocking, I've got to put my weapon away to unlock that gate. And I don't know if they're going to then open the gate after I've unlocked it, or whether they're going to give me the time to swap my weapon back out. I think I might briefly swap back to Crusader's mace. I don't really like it, but it will make these guys flee after I hit them, so I don't have to worry about them being in my face as much. Okay, let's just grab a Journeyman pick. Oh, that did it in the first go. Back to the Crusader mace. Yeah, I see. I figured that was going to happen. This mace to make them flee. Fleeing. Has this mace run out of charges or something? It has. God damn it. Then it's worthless to me. I'm not attacking though. Finally, one down. Right, that was a complete cluster. But we got through it without dying, so I should not complain. Feel like... Oh, yeah, that's the second one there. I don't feel like any of your weapons were really all... Oh, it's a silver mace, steel shield, steel shield. I got that already, didn't I? Yes, and I had to open this so I could keep going. Oh, this should mean... that I can repair that. So many hits. Hang on. That was taking me to the Underpool Cave. Looks like this is going to take me back to where my companion is. Assuming he's still alive, of course. If he has died this time, so be it. I'm not going to go and redo a whole heap of this just because he got stuck somewhere and died. I just should not have taken him with me in the first place. Because he has been very little help in this. Oh, that's... okay. Right, no, wrong one. Put that away. Slid down there. And that was just a steel bow. Okay, quick save. Door. Weapon back out. No sign of my companion. Which may in fact mean he died. Is this... oh, this is this. Yeah, okay. Right. back in here if he's alive. No. He will be through that door if he's alive. Which means we can put the sword away again and run a little bit faster. Let's go back through that door. That's interesting. How come there's another zombie here? That's not doing much to him. The sword is, so... Okay. Fire is doing a little bit too much. Okay. Alright. Down here. Here, through here, and no sign of him. No, there's the sign of him right there, dead. And as I said, this time I don't give a rat's. I am not going to go back through all of this because he got stuck down here. If that's... I'm over encumbered. I definitely want that bow though. Not that bow, that elven longsword. What have I got that's just junk? Steel bow, don't need. They are worth a bit, those chain gauntlets. What about that? That's worth a lot. And quite frankly, if it wasn't for the reflect spell, I would consider swapping to that. These steel shields. Let's drop, say, half of them. Let's grab that as well. Actually, that, and that are all worth good money, as is that. Which nearly puts me over the limit again. Anyway, can't win them all. So we need to, I feel we need to go this way. That's the way it's telling us that we need to go anyway, so yes. So that is over here. And there shouldn't be any more baddies. Because we should have killed them all. As I've said before, I'd kill for a bedroll right now. That's another dwarven bow. The dwarven bows are worth more than the steel shields, I feel. Let's have a look. Dwarven bows 155. Steel shields are 95. Let's drop those. I got rid of the steel swords, or the steel Bows. Yeah. We'll make other decisions later. Does that need repairing? Does any of my gear need repairing? The Dwarven Longsword does. Elven Sword is obviously okay. How far did we get in here? Oh, we didn't. Oh. How wonderful is that? They've made a fire by burning some bones. Coffins, but no beds. Read that tome. Don't really want the spell, but got it now, so take it. Oh, here we go. Oh. Sure that if he's going to come for me, I've got a bit of health back. But ultimately, I need a fair bit of magicka because at the moment the only spell that I've got that I know that works against him is this shock. The longer it takes for him to get to me, the better. I mean, yes, I've got potions that I can recover my magicka, but if I can do this without having to do the potions, all the better. There we go, back to full health. I don't know where the ghost went. For this last hit. We need some more. Take the ectoplasm. Claymore of Flames. What? Oh, I thought that said blunt two-hand. No, it's blade two-hand. And dwarven boots and dwarven gauntlets. Mage Fighter's Greaves. And an Orc Cuirass. I can't afford to pick up any of that, but it all looks really good, including that, which I definitely want to use right now. Okay, what am I going to drop? Because I've got to drop quite a bit. So I know this puts me at disadvantage without a shield, but that's going to do a crap ton of damage against ghosts. So I'm going to keep that around, ready to use against the ghosts. Maybe some of the... I don't know. I'll choose later. They're not really worth... The silver bows aren't worth that much. The Staff of Sickness definitely is. Those Dwarven boots... Look, quite frankly, they don't have enchantments on them. So they're really not worth... I'll drop that as well. That's £20 right there. That's £20 worth of repair hammers as well. Let's do this. Let's go repair. And just repair as much stuff as we can and go through a few repair hammers. That way it's increased the value of any of these items that I am going to keep. And as I use up the repair hammers, it barely is a drop in the ocean. Let me see, that's £3. The Dwarven Bows are really weigh that much? Even the Elven Bows weigh a lot. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe I just don't carry any of them with me. They're not really worth it. Let's not worry about any of that. And that. Oh, I don't want that. Right, can we rest for an hour now? We can. Beautiful. I am going to take a break for 30 seconds. Hang on, I'll be right back. Right, what have we got? which I want. I've just thrown away some of that stuff. Although I don't think I threw that stuff away, did I? No, I threw that away even earlier. What I should do is pick up a lot of this stuff and chuck it in here. That way, if I'm so inclined, I can come back and pick it up later. If somehow I find that I've got more carrying capacity. Not sure how, but you know. Can I? That Dwarven War Axe isn't really all that great. So let's look at everything I don't actually need. Let's put all that away. Keeping that, I'm keeping that. Keeping that, gotta keep that. Put that away. I don't actually need to keep that. Let's put those away. I'll keep that on me. Put those away for the moment. That weighs nothing. That's keep that. Don't need that. Search that? We did. Very good. So let's put... Oops. Give me that Dwarven longsword back. Where did it go? Where did it go? What happened to my Dwarven longsword? God damn it. Something happened to it. There it is. So, actually, the Dwarven Bows... The Elven Bow is really worth keeping. The Dwarven Bows are better than the Dwarven War Axes. The Dwarven Arrows I'm going to keep. The Iron... No. Silver I will keep. Iron... They're not too bad. I'll take them. The Steel I'll take as well. That Staff is definitely worth keeping. The Dwarven Bows are better than the other stuff. They're good. And they're good to keep. That's almost 10 to 1. That is 10 to 1. As is that. That's more than 10 to 1. That's 10 to 1. That is got to stay. As does that. And that. Oh, and that ring. I don't know why I put the ring away. That was £4 though. The Mort Flesh is the stuff that's really heavy. I'm not going to bother with that. Okay, that doesn't leave me with a huge amount of carrying capacity, and frankly, I would love to take those Dwarven Bows, because they're actually 10 to 1, a little bit more. I might leave those. I can get more of those pretty damn easy. Let's just double check there's nothing else to repair. No. Okay. We are good. Let's move on. Missed, but get your mana back. That was stupid. He's close to dead. That looks like the big bad guy. But hey, I did it. And that is the Sword of the Crusader. So, let's have a look at it. I need to switch back to that weapon, though. Because while that's a nice weapon to use, it's two-handed and I don't block very well with it. Sword of the Crusader. It does fire damage 8 points for 2 seconds and magicka damage 25 points on strike. That's pretty good. That's actually very good. And that's going to work in well with that touch-based weakness to fire that I was talking about. I can zap them with that, which I think is doing... weakness to fire. That does it for 30 seconds. It's not even touch-based, actually, so I can do that from a distance and then zap them with fire. But is there anything else of interest in here? I'm going to... I can't remember if I quick saved or not, so we're going to do that again. I would love, as I said, I would love there to be a bed. We do have a chest here. Looks like there is a side tunnel just there. Can I rest for an hour? Oh, thank the Daedra for that. Or the Aedra, sorry, not the Daedra. No, don't do that yet. Let's come and have a look at what else is... Ooh! Okay, so there's water out there. I'm sure there's a bit of light to see the way. Alrighty then. I sort of feel like there might have been something around here because this is where he was hanging out. You also got to wonder if there's not something out there where that torch is, but I don't feel like swimming around looking for stuff at the moment. I'm just happy that I completed this. And sure, I lost Sir Redshirt, whatever his name was. So we do only have the single exit over here. That's good to know. So yeah, I lost Sir Lantham, I think it was. Not entirely happy about that, but as I said, partly it's because it's my first time through. It feels like a lot of effort to get through this. The next time that I do this quest, it'll be like, oh, no, not a problem. Like, he died, okay, we'll start again. And it won't seem such a big deal. But it's also because now I know the best way to take out these guys. Whether they're actually vulnerable to spark, electricity, or not. That does, out of the spells that I've got at the moment, which are really, I don't have much in the way of cold stuff. I've mostly got... Oh, look. There you go. That's where we've got attack before. Yeah, I've mostly got fire or spark at the moment. I don't have much in the way of cold. And so I tend to figure that most undead are not vulnerable to cold. That always seems a bit strange to me if they were vulnerable to cold, because I look at it and go, well, you're already dead, you're already cold, you know, so I feel like I could go back and get a couple of things out of that chest though, like some of those bows maybe. So what I could do, I don't even have anything to repair. Right, okay. Well, I just feel like I can grab a couple more items out of this chest. Was it here? No. Where was it? On the map, it was there. So it's just here. It's not a chest, it's a sarcophagus. These dwarven war axes, and that gets me so close to being over the limit, but they are worth the money, whereas nothing else. I might grab that, that's worth a bit of money, and that's worth a bit of money, and we're done. Let's make tracks. I'm going to assume that I'm not going to need the weapon, but you know what they say about assumptions. I can get it out quickly enough if I need it, I guess. I've still got the shield, so I can always shield up at any point, but unfortunately when I do that I can't draw my weapon until I drop the shield. Are we going? We are going the right way. We just got to do a quick U-turn up here. Up there, over there, the and then from here we just go up that way. Okay. What does the quest say? I should take it to the Chapel of Arcane in Shadenhall to reconsecrate it to its holy purpose. Okay. I think first I want to come down here to the Priory of the Nine, rest, and maybe drop a few things off in my... Well, maybe not drop stuff off in my full sailing chest, but I am concerned that I've come back without this guy and what people are going to say. But ultimately, let's come into my room.
How goes it? Can I help you? I saw a wraith once.
Why is that not letting me rest?
I'll never forget. Is that so? Have you heard any word about the other provinces?
That just says bed. It won't let me actually rest.
Skyrim with orc mercenaries to assault the Redoran of Morrow.
Is it something to do with the quest?
I'm not surprised. It seems that Skyrim is always involved in a border dispute. Good day. Hail!
Okay. Okay, we'll go to Shadenhall. Go to the east gate because it's closer. Where's the entrance? Must be around this side. Yep, there it is. Oh, I really haven't been to Shadenhall very much, have I?
Oh, okay. It's you.
I probably can't pick up.
Devira Ramalin is sure proud
really
of the
want that
Newlands Lodge.
Battle axe.
She runs a good inn,
but I don't like
and she's proud of
picking it up.
Bye.
Well, hey, I now have the consecrated version. Where is it? Sword of the Crusader. Very nice. But I'm over encumbered. Why? How am I over encumbered? I didn't actually pick up anything. Oh, God, I'm over encumbered by quite a lot. feel like I can rely on some of that stuff staying up there. So let's... Oops. Give me that back. There we go. Do I have all the Crusader gear on? Looks like it. Let's just take all of that. And let's put the axe down in here. That we just got. I feel like putting that Dwarven longsword in there. The Elven longsword I'm going to sell because it's worth a pretty penny. Where did I got Cuirass there?
Good tidings, citizen.
And I've got everything off him. I've got everything off him. Is there any more of the bad guys? There was. Yes, there was. Take all. Right. Stuff some of that in there. Hopefully this will stay. Right, that'll do for now. Let's go and sell all of this. And then we'll come back and pick up all that stuff and sell it as well. G'day BM, how you doing? We want to go over the river that way.
Stand clear. Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Here's the procedure.
Current
We go to the
bounty
castle.
2.
First we search.
I'm getting charged 2 gold for God knows what. I really don't understand why I keep getting bounties for no reason. That's not what I wanted to go. Oh, I wanted to go out that way.
Greetings, my Dunmer brother.
I think the shops that I want are over here. In fact, this one on the corner here, I think. Is this the bookstore? No, this is the Pale Riders, the March Riders, or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't understand the... I've said it before, I do not understand the system in here about...
Have a look at my wares.
Whatever.
I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Okay. We don't want Dwarven arrows.
That seems a fair price.
I don't want the Elven longsword
That's a good
anymore.
deal.
I don't want iron arrows. I don't want silver arrows.
You've made
I
a
don't
good
want
bit of...
Staff of Sickness.
A fine trans...
And I don't want steel.
That's more
arrows.
than I'd usually pay.
Don't want that. I don't want
fine
the
transaction.
Mage Fighters Greaves. And the Orc armor, the Orc shield. I've got some soul gems which I'm going to keep. Let's get rid of these pelts. Very, very nice.
Thank you for your patronage. Let's see what we've got here.
Repair all, please. That's costing me a fair chunk of change, but I've got a lot now.
Have a look at my wares.
Let me just make sure.
I'm sure
that
there's
everything
something to
else I
suit you.
want. Blade one-handed. Absorb blade, absorb agility, absorb endurance. Dagger of pacification. And... I probably should have kept that Elven longsword, actually. Let's buy it back. Only because I don't want to be using...
Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye.
I don't really want to be using the Crusader's longsword for everything, because there's only a limited number of charges on it. And as we've seen, fighting some opponents, I can use up those charges incredibly quickly. And that's not going to be good. So... the best option will be to carry the Crusader's longsword and another longsword with it, so that I've got some backup. How much of this am I going to be able to carry? Not much. Let's just do that in this first run. Well, it's not that it's expensive to recharge, because when I go back to the Priory of the Nine, I can get the recharge for free.
Stand clear!
By just putting all of my equipment onto the armor rack.
Well met.
But having...
Cliff Racer fly so high, fly.
I don't want to know what that is. I really don't want to know what that is. It's just that I'm going to have to... if I want to recharge, I'm going to have to carry a lot of charged...
What is it, Sarah?
Soul gems with me, which isn't a major thing. I can get some, but... or one of those allied stones.
I offer the
just a lot of
finest goods
fiddling
and
around
lowest
that I've got
prices
to
in
do
all
to keep them
Cyrodiil.
charged. So, like, it would be interesting if you could
You got a great
discharge
deal.
some of these other weapons that you don't want and charge up you know, charge up soul gems so that you can then recharge the things that you do want. You know, I've got these soul gems, but I can't use the Welkind stones. I have to use the Aeonid or whatever they are, and there's not that many. I don't have many of those. I've got one or two. I've got a feeling there should be a general supply, like a general trader, just over here somewhere. That's the bookstore. That's the general trader. I think I've got a lot of little rings and amulets.
What can I do for you?
Oh, you're the one that's always
May I
grumpy.
interest you in some of my fine wares?
So yeah, let's get rid of all this little stuff. Gold amulet, gold ring, jade.
That's more.
Silver, and
That's
that funny backpack. Actually, I would love to find the next size backpack. Let's get rid of all that. Daedra hearts. The ectoplasm. Actually, the other thing I just thought of. I don't know if that's the end of the quest line for this stuff. Ooh, Cowl of the Druid. Oh, that's right. I've seen this before. That's nothing that I want. No, you don't have a better backpack. You don't have any healing potions.
Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye.
I should return to the about how to attack. Oh, we still have to destroy Unreal.
I...
Okay, that's the next thing that we still have to do. This is where I need to go. There was a couple of more things in the temple to grab and sell, and then we'll head home. And by home I mean the Priory of the Nine. Work out what our next step is.
How do you do?
What is it?
And hopefully we'll be able to level up then. Because this is annoying not being able to get my level.
Stand clear!
Tell you what, if he wants to arrest me again, I'm going to be very, very disappointed. I need to get rid of this other... this curse still as well. Curse of the Consumed. I don't know what's going to be involved with getting rid of that. Oh! Oh no. I thought I'd just gotten rid of it somehow. Something written in blood there. Very interesting by that guy as he died. Okay.
Who will help an old beggar?
Stand clear!
The fact that he keeps saying stand clear makes me think that it still thinks I've got a...
I'm sorry. No one except for Cheydinhall City Guard are allowed inside this home. Due to outstanding fines owed to the city, Aldous Orthrand's property has been seized and is now sealed until further notice. Good day.
Okay, that's what he's grumpy about. I don't know what I stole before, and I've quit worrying about it in this game because it's obviously broken.
Flying, flying in the sky.
And once again, I'm jumping and using up all of my stamina
How
because
goes
of
it?
that damn curse. Silly of me. Okay. Sell this. I'll do a double check to make sure there's nothing else.
Perhaps you need new armor. A weapon? I have a large selection of both.
I'm not going to keep the Dwarven Longsword because the Elven Longsword does more damage. So we'll get rid of the Dwarven now and we'll just keep the Elven's going to be
That's
my
a
backup.
good deal.
I'm probably not going to take the Mace of the Crusader everywhere with me. I'm going to drop that back at the Priory and save some weight with that. We're going to sell the Dwarven boots and the Dwarven gauntlets because that armor there is all heavy armor and it's got all good enchantments on it. Keep all of those. 15 repair
Come back and
hammers
see me again.
is enough. In fact, 15 repair hammers is too much at this point. Hang on, could you...
It's my...
No, you're not a trainer. I will need to find someone who is a trainer. How many levels do I need? No, it is armor. Oh my god, I need so many levels. It's not until I get to level 50 that I can repair any of my enchanted stuff, and I'm only at level 27. So that's not going to be great. Super quick double check as soon as this finishes loading. Nothing else to sell. So let's just head straight back to the Priory.
Lord Crusader, the prophet is here. He's just arrived. He seemed to know you were coming, told me to wait for you, and here you are. Come. He is preaching to the assembled knights in the chapel. You should speak to him at once.
Right. Can I put a few things away first? Almost feel like I don't need those anymore. I could sell them. For now, I'm going to put that away. Keep that with me. I want to put that downstairs on the mannequin. I can't get rid of any of those. I can't get rid of any of those. Let's get rid of these for the moment. And I feel like it's not much sense carrying more than 5 repair hammers on me, because the only weapon I need to repair now is the Elven Sword. Let's just really quickly come down here. I'm going to put all of the gear on the mannequin, because I've never seen it all on the mannequin before. Just quickly talk.
The time has come. The time has come.
Actually, that wants me to speak to the prophet. They don't want to say anything about the fact that I got the sword.
The time has come.
No. Okay. Armor stand. Place all relics. There we go. Naked as a jaybird right now, but which is a ridiculous saying. There we go. We're going to leave the mace there. That actually should be recharged now. Let's take it and just double check that it actually recharges everything. Yep, that is completely recharged. So swap the mace. Okay, let's put everything back on. Grab that for the moment. Well, actually, we're going to grab the sword for right now, because just don't know if I need. We could be attacked in the temple or whatever. Just do not know. And if we are attacked, I want that spell ready as well if we are attacked. Okay. Let's do a full save because it's been a while. In we go. Get ready in case there's a fight going on.
And
there is
so,
not.
9 knights, as the embodiment of the might of the 9 divines, shall go forth together to face the unfeathered. And he shall be cast down from on high, his wickedness scattered to the wind. He shall end his days as dust in the void. Go now, knights, face the beast. Fear not death, for the 9 shall be your shield, and they shall bring you to rest, should you fall. You have stepped from the humble shadows of obscurity and into legend. no feat you have accomplished in your life compares to what you have become. You are an embodiment of Pelennor Whitestrake, the bane of Umaril the Unfeathered. The time has come for you to fulfill your destiny. Umaril lies hid in the ancient fane of Garlus Malatar. You must go there and destroy him. No. Should you face Umaril, you would suffer the same fate as Pelennor. But times change, and even the shape of the divine itself must change with it. Where once there were 8, now one more stands with them, and they have become 9. Aye, with the apotheosis of Tiber Septim, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9. So, although you wear the armor of the gods, it is incomplete, a relic of the old ways and the old gods. As a proven guardian of this realm, and a warrior the likes of which have not been seen in millennia, Talos grants you his sacred blessing. With the ancient gifts of the 8 and the new gift of the 1, you are ready to face Umaril. It will allow you to follow Umaril into the spirit realm upon his death. It will allow you to destroy him, body and soul, utterly and for all time. You must first kill his living body. While beyond the power of most mortals, this is only the lesser of your 2 tasks. His Daedric nature allows his spirit to escape into oblivion after death. Oh, this is what Pelennor learned upon defeating Umaril the first time. But you can do what Pelennor could not. The blessings of Talos will allow you to follow Umaril's spirit when it leaves his body. This you must do, and you must not fail. You will not, because the 9 fight with you. When Umaril joined with the Daedra, his spirit expanded beyond this realm. His physical form can travel between realms, but his spirit is bound. When his body is destroyed, his spirit travels back to Oblivion and is reformed in the fires of creation. With the armor of the gods and the blessing of Talos, you will be able to follow him where Pelennor could not, and destroy his very spirit. Once his spirit is destroyed, he will be completely obliterated, erased from all realms of existence. Garlas Malatar was the westernmost outpost of the Ayleid Empire. It watched over what we call the Abyssinian Sea. Since his return, Umaril has taken Garlas Malatar as his lair. That is where you must seek him out. Umaril cannot be bested in his physical form by any normal means. His blows can strike down the mightiest of warriors in a single stroke. The 8 created the relics to withstand Umaril's fell power. Do not attempt to face him without this divine protection. Your knights will assemble at Garlas Malatar and await you there. Gather all those who you deem worthy. Not all who enter those halls shall return. Those who fall in service of the Nine will live on forever in the halls of their fathers. I wish you well on your quest, Crusader. We are depending on you. Commander.
Okay, first thing I want to do, try and rest and get this level. Because it's bugging me. It's just sitting there. Off they run. Where is this quest? Hokey Pops. Thanks for the host with 14 viewers. Welcome, everybody. Ooh, way over here on the coast near Anvil. Okay. Not sure I'm even going to do this quest. Oh, they're out attacking a bull. Interesting. Let's get this level. What is going on? I can't find a bed that I can actually rest at. Ooh. I didn't notice those potions in there previously. Hang on. Concentrate. Focus. Trying to find somewhere to rest. To get your level.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
There's nothing in here. That's right, that's all that blade stuff. And things that I was going to sell later. Need to move those upstairs, ultimately. Why am I unable to rest and get a level? Is the million-dollar question. Maybe I need to find beds somewhere else, because for whatever reason, every bed I click on here, it's just doing that. Now, the only other thing is I did load a couple of mods, but I do not believe that the mods should have done anything to this. Let's grab those. We're going to sell them. See, that Vala stone will recharge something if I need it. But I don't want to do that. I don't know that I want to go and do this quest straight away, is the thing. I feel like doing some other stuff first, now that I've got this weapon, or this equipment. Trying to remember where there was some easy places to rest. It was that spot we found over here that Arbiter pointed out the other day. This bit right here. Okay. Hokey Pops, thanks for the follow. I hope I'm getting that name right. I don't know if this is a bug or if this is just part of the quest line that it won't let me rest to level. But I feel like... The problem is there's only a couple of mods that I installed and none of them should have been doing this. Infernal Owl, thanks for the follow. Let me just get my other keyboard. Do a quick search on the streaming PC. Come on. Oblivion. Sleep bug, maybe. Can't sleep. Okay. Everyone. Mostly is just saying that try and reload the save, exit the game, come back in. Let's just reload the save. As our first way of attempting to resolve the problem. No. Let's quit back to the main menu. No, that's not doing it. This better work. Otherwise I'm going to have to start disabling mods. Which is never fun. And if that doesn't work, the only other option is restarting my PC, which, yes, technically it's my gaming PC, so I can keep the stream running, restart my PC, blah, 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 but it's going to be very boring for you. Because there was, one of the mods did say that I should restart the PC after installing the mod, which I haven't done. But I don't see a reason why I would need to restart the PC, so... Oh boy. Okay. I don't know if I can disable the mods that I installed, because technically I didn't install very much, and most of them weren't sort of normal mods. So... that there is about the only thing I can turn off that I've actually installed recently. Everything else would require opening up Rybash and actually physically removing stuff, and that's going to be a fair bit of work because I've got to remove multiple things. So if this doesn't fix the problem, saying that, but I might reboot. I can keep the stream going, but it's going to be boring with me just sitting here in the corner. Right. Let's just re-enable that one mod, because I think it was actually fairly important. And then I'll quickly reboot. That's right, it doesn't go to black screen, it does that. Restart. Okay. This is annoying. But it happens sometimes. One of the reasons why I prefer Skyrim, because you don't have that requirement to sleep to gain the level. However, it is a much more realistic thing. I've actually talked about this in the past. It's one of the things that I like that is actually in, like, some people bring into actual RPGs that they play, desktop I'm talking about, where they, you know, they don't allow them to gain their level until they've finished the adventure, sort of thing. What is going on there? Let me just resolve that, close that. We need to get that going. I hope we don't lose sound or anything. Okay, we've got that going again. Let's try Oblivion one more time. If this doesn't work, which I'm actually not confident it will, but if it doesn't work, I'm going to have to uninstall a bunch of mods, which is never fun. They're supposed to be stability mods. So what I was saying about not gaining a level until you rest or whatever, and, you know, some people say, well, when you finish the module, or, you know, making sure that you can't level until a logical place in the story. And it's actually one of the reasons why I don't like this ability in games where you can just sort of level at any time and multi-class. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of multi-classing, because if you're in an actual RPG setting, you know, a desktop RPG, if you're trying to go for reality, like, who taught you these new skills? You know, like in games where, you know, you can be a fighter and you get to a certain level and then you decide, oh, now I'm going to change to mage. Then, well, where did you learn that magic from? You have to learn it somewhere. You've got to be trained in it. And so I don't actually have a problem with multi-classing. I have a problem with the ability to instantly multi-class. Even in games, you know, the Neverwinter Nights series, Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pillars of Eternity 2, because Pillars of Eternity 1 didn't allow you to multi-class, I don't think. In those cases, if you wanted to change class, they should let you do it, but they should put restrictions on it. You must be in a town and you must spend a certain amount of time, you know, game time. No, this is all still broken. Unless it's this quest line that's the problem. Let's try this. Let's try So let's switch to a different quest. No. That hasn't helped. Okay. So, let's have a little peek into the modding world. So, the only real mod that I've installed is this GBR's RAM Purge, which I said I can turn off at any time. I may actually have to uninstall it though. These lines, any of these lines under last are actually just an artifact, and they actually shouldn't be there, because you'll notice that I can't move the scroll bar there. I can go left and right, but I can't move that bit of scroll bar because it's not really there. It's an artifact. It's because it's running on Linux under Windows, under Wine, Proton, what have you. I think the stuff that I installed was... Oh, we can see it here. Fast exit, menu Q, OSR, URP, and ORL. And I think I may have to uninstall all of them for now. Don't know which one is going to have been the problem, but I'm just going to go through and uninstall them all. We can install them later. Now what I'm going to do is get rid of those because I wasn't using them, and I'm going to get rid of that. This is just so that at a later time, when I want to re-enable, if I want to try and re-enable all these, I don't have the other things there, because the red ones aren't installed, the green or the yellow ones are installed. So let's uninstall both of those. Okay, so back here at mods, yeah, it needs a bit of a refresh, but that one item no longer exists, so that's good. Is there any of these? Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, so that's all done. Let's start the game again, and hopefully this time, well, hopefully things don't crash is the main thing, because yes, I've just played for, well, stream's been running for 3 hours, and frankly I did about half an hour worth of prep work beforehand, selling stuff and moving everything down to the priority of the 9, etc. Maybe 15 minutes, whatever. But, you know, at least 3 hours of gameplay without any crashes, which is not exceptional. I have played for longer than that without crashes, but the crashes are just annoying when you get them. Blah, blah, blah. So, let's see what happens. Hallelujah. I can level, and look at that, I can level anything that I want. Okay, definitely want intelligence. I am considering not doing strength. No, I will level strength. And it's been a while. I feel like I need endurance because I've got that curse on me, which I need to get rid of, and I don't know how, but I'm assuming after I kill Umriel, the curse goes away, or whatever. So I think I want that as well. I'm not having a problem with my willpower, not with my magic and not regenerating quickly enough, but I would, in some ways, like it to regenerate a bit quicker. No, we'll do endurance this time. So there we are, level 12. Okay. So, we know one of those mods that I installed, which is really weird, was stopping me from sleeping. quest lines. I don't know that I want to do that just yet. No, I'm not interested in that. Not interested in that one, because that guy's weird. Don't really want to do that at the moment. No idea where to go to do any of that. I could look it up, but I don't want to. And that is more of the main quest line, which I don't think I want to do just yet. So I could go and do some more of the battle for Castle Kvatch. I've never done that before. Let's do it. I think that'll be interesting. But I also feel like I want to. Let's get ready. I actually switch to the Overlong Sword. So I think I'm going to do this because I've never done it before, and then we might be able to cross that off completely. I don't know what else there is on that quest line. But then I can go back and I can do more of the Fighters Guild and Mage Guild stuff, because I have sort of left those quest lines hanging as well. Even though they don't have anything listed in the quests, I know there's still more to go. So
we've done good work, but this is no time to start patting each other on the back. There's still much to do. We need to get to the castle. That's where Count Goldwine and his men should be. Last I saw, they were trying to fortify the castle from an attack. If the Count is still alive, it's my duty to assist him, even if it means giving up my life. If you're with me, we need to get going.
Sure, let's do it.
I knew you'd be up to it. Our goal is the castle gate. We should be able to use this door to get out to the plaza in front of the castle gatehouse. You know the drill. Stick close and keep your eyes open. Let's move out!
I think I want some light. There we go. This way, I'll follow them.
Take that!
Okay, we've got some sort of Aurora ward or something there. Okay.
Damn it! This is no good! The gates are locked, and the only way to open them is from within the gatehouse. We can't open that gate from out here. The only mechanism for raising it is inside the gatehouse. And the only way to get into the gatehouse now would be through the passage at the North Guardhouse, but that's always kept locked. Hurry and find Barrich Inian. He should be back in the chapel, and should still have the key to the guardhouse. Once you've got it, get to the guardhouse, find the passage, and open that gate. Then we can get inside the castle and secure it.
Distracted by shinies, so not going to search any of the bodies or anything.
We saw the smoke from the Gold Road while out on patrol. How can we help? We'll be right behind you.
What can I do for you?
Nothing. Why didn't you follow the rest?
Farewell.
Oh, I'm just waiting for Captain Mattias to give the order. Yes, I have it. Why? That's right. They managed to close the castle gates just before we were forced in here. I'm afraid you're in for a tough time, friend. The city's in bad shape, and it will be difficult to make it to the guardhouse by yourself. I'd better go with you. We'll have to go through the chapel undercroft, and then through what's left of the city. If I don't make it, take the key and carry on without me. You'll need to reach the tower at the north wall of the city.
Okay, so we're going down this way. Wow, that was some hard hitting. I don't suppose I can wait for an hour and get here. Well, that would have saved me a lot of stuff, wouldn't it? Okay, we lost a couple of guys here. Which way do we have to go? Down this way. Did I get the key from what's-his-face? Because I don't see him. Or has he already made his way down here? Is he already out in the water Kvatch? Level already. Just come from. There were beds here in the chapel undercroft. I can get an hour's sleep and get my next level. Apparently I can't. I don't remember picking up the silver coin.
Let's get this over.
Okay. If I can wait there, then I can go back into Castle, into the Undercroft. There is the door. There. Get my level back. Still concerned I haven't found the guy who's got the key, and he didn't give a key to me. So, little concerned there. Look at that. 100 is the maximum strength I can get. Right. So, I definitely want willpower, endurance, and speed, I guess. Some gold souls for these guys. Fire souls, sorry. Considering how much blood I shed to kill these guys. I killed most of them. I don't have too much of a problem. And looting them like this. So this is definitely not the right way. Get away from me. actually down there. Quick save would be a good idea, I feel. What's the condition of that sword? Absolutely abysmal. My armor's been taking a bit of pounding too. I think this was the one I had to go. Didn't I see some... Yeah, it's possible. At least these guys don't explode like they do in this. What's that? Search these guys. Shiny time. This is a stillness. Full of stuff. Ah, that's where I need to go. There you go. I don't know, I don't feel like I should waste my time. Things are not looking great here. Everything's on fire.
This area is clear. We've got to get inside and find the Count before it's too late. Move out!
Move out! What is this? The Transformers? Oh, that's right.
This ends here!
Die, cur!
What the hell is that? Time to get the big boy out. Crusader sword.
You're Am I supposed to be impressed? This ends here!
I feel like that probably used half of the charges. Not quite.
Take that! Let's get this over. This ends here! Take that!
I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Daedroth. Daedroth teeth, eh? I need heals. Urgently. Take those fire salts. G'day, Ezane. Now where are we going?
All right, this is it. We'll hold this area. You head to the back of the castle and find the Count. Don't come back here without him.
Okay, can I rest for an hour and get all my health back? Sounds good. We're going to switch back to the Elven Sword for now. But knowing my luck, we're going to come across more of those big Daedroth guys. And the only way to stop them will be with the big boy sword. What did I say?
Yeah! Let's get this over with!
Okay. Be away from enemies again? Can I? Nope. I cannot. So these guards that came with me are also dead. Slowly losing charges on this sword. I may have to just stick with using the Elvish sword for a bit. And I guess I got the Dremora sword I could switch to, but I don't think I really want to. The map just says keep heading to the back. Castle Kvatch sleeping quarters, chainmail helmets and stuff. Don't want any of that. Quickly, I want to double check what spell that is. That's just my electric touch. I might swap to shock heal. And I'm going to take a quick break for 30 seconds. And then we'll keep going. Hang on.
Where is the Count? How dare you mock? Had you not been instrumental in getting this far? Where is the Count's ring? Secure it at once.
Sorry about that. Damn it, I forgot to pick up the ring. I thought I had picked it up. I thought it just, as part of the quest, it just automatically picked up the ring for me. I didn't realise I actually had to do something about that. Let's get out of here.
Do you have the Count's ring? At least, this is safe. Thank you. I shall make sure it is protected for the time when a new Count is crowned. Here, take this. I have no use for it. I'm tired of fighting. It may serve you well in days to come.
No, I've got better than that. I'm sitting here going, we're stuck in this conversation. Didn't realise there was still the exit conversation button. Okay. So from here, I'm going to come to the Arcane University. And see if there's any more missions to do. I think he's concerned about...
I have a new task for you.
I think he's concerned about...
In accordance with guild rules, you now qualify for the rank of Journeyman. May you wear your rank well.
He now has a task, I think, to do some more investigation into the mages who attacked the grove where they do their trees.
The Council is investigating what happened at Wellspring Cave. Many of our resources are devoted to the task, leaving our ranks spread thin. There is a related book that needs to be recovered. It was recently loaned to Janice Hasseldor, the Count of Skingrad. I'd like you to retrieve it. I understand this may not seem the most important of tasks, but still, it needs doing, and you are one of the few available to do it. A note of caution. Skingrad is an unusual place. Be prepared for the unexpected. The Count is a reclusive man, and sometimes difficult to see. Hopefully, your status as a representative of the guild will aid you. Speak with the castle steward when you arrive. The city lies southwest.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Bye.
Okay. On our way to Skingrad, though, we're going to stop at the Priory, put all of our gear in on the arming stand, and it should refresh it. I'm not 100% sure whether it automatically repairs everything by putting it on the shrine, or if I have to talk to the blacksmith to get stuff prepared as well, but it will definitely refresh the enchantments on the sword. if nothing else. So let's have a look. This one. So that's really badly degraded at 48%. 69, 69, 51. So they've all taken a lot of punishment. That doesn't affect their... and that's at 48. The sword is at 84%, and it's down to about a third of its normal charges. So let's just place everything on the rack. I don't think I have to wait for this up there to tick through all the different things, but I'm going to wait anyway. Okay. I don't know, part of me wants to have the mace with me as another backup weapon, even though I'd not spec'd into blunt and I can't do as much damage with it. It just feels like it would be a good option. So that is now repaired at 100%, fully charged. Was that how many charges it always had? 1250? Or is the number of charges going down? Well, that's got 1250 as well. 44 uses, whereas that's got 69 uses. So putting it all on there effectively repairs it all and recharges it all. That is awesome as far as that goes. Now this stuff, am I going to be able to carry all of this? You know what? I just might. Yes, I am. Wonderful, because I don't want to leave any of it down here. Let's take it upstairs. And some of it we're going to put away, and the rest of it we're going to sell. We're going to keep... Okay, so in here, I've got a full set of steel armor. I don't know why. It's pretty obsolete now. I should probably sell it all. But I've got my Mage's Staff of Shock, which I haven't really used yet. My backup Claymore of Flames, which... it's a pretty good weapon, but it's, you know... and my two-handed Daikatana. So these are both two-handed. They're not great. We've got all the books about Pelinal, that's the word, and all of the keys that we've found so far. Some soul gems. The sigil stone from the first Oblivion gate we closed. An Aliad statue, and the only reason I haven't sold this yet is because I don't like the quest keeps... well, it doesn't keep popping up, but the quest that they give me for that. I think I should just sell that Dremora longsword. I don't really want to use it. So we're going to sell that. I'm going to sell that now. It's not worth keeping. We'll sell the silver claymore and the silver longsword and the war axe, the steel arrows. We're going to put away the blade's armor. I'm going to sell that amulet. I'm going to sell that cuirass. I'm going to put away the ring. I'm going to sell any potions I don't want. Oh, we've got all that stuff to sell. The blink tome. Yeah. All that stuff we can sell. That's good. We're going to put those away. Put that away. Selling that. I need to grab some more repair hammers. So let's grab... that's probably more than I really need. Actually, the other thing... So, can I take all of this steel armor to sell? Great, I can. We'll keep that. I can't even sell that. We'll keep these. That's all good. And I'll keep that. And everything I've got on me I'm going to sell. Now, what I have been thinking, and I started to do this at the start of the episode and then sort of got sidetracked. Let's go back to the Imperial City. So firstly, we're going to sell everything. So we're going to go to here. And we're going to see if we can buy the Bound Sword spell. It's 3 a.m. Okay, we're just going to end up waiting. If I can buy the Bound Sword spell, I want to then see if I can modify it and have it last longer, because the default for the Bound Sword spell is 15 seconds. Garbage, right? But I'm starting to think that rather than carrying an elven longsword, which weighs 36 pounds, with me everywhere I go as my default weapon when I don't want to use either the mace of the Crusader, which is 34 pounds, or the sword of the Crusader, which is 39, and waste the enchantments on it, because the enchantments run out pretty quick. 69 uses. You saw some of those guys I was attacking. I needed, a dozen hits or more to kill them. That's not very efficient. It's a bit of a pain in the butt. So if I can get a copy of the Bound Sword spell that I make myself that lasts longer, like ultimately the Bound Sword in Skyrim by default lasts for 2 minutes. And you can, I think, double that time with a perk. So this character is not really built as a conjurer, but it doesn't mean I can't use conjuration, because I've been using that to get my intelligence up. So if I can get a copy of the Bound Sword spell that lasts a little bit longer and doesn't use up all of my magicka, that might be useful. So I want to see what I can do with it.
Some of my wares?
No, you can't interest me in any of your wares. But I will give you that.
A fine transaction.
That.
You've made. You drive a hard bargain.
I don't want the grace. I don't want strong grace.
A fine transaction.
I don't want fire shield.
That's a good deal.
I don't want insulation or reflection.
An excellent bargain.
Let's get rid of all of these.
That you a fine that's a fair deal. That's a you got that's a fair deal.
I didn't really mean to sell that, but that's fine for now.
A pleasure to serve you.
Okay.
Goodbye. Please come.
So let's see if was it over here? Yeah. What have you got? There you are.
What? Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Yeah, you got Bubkiss. Nothing I want. Although, I don't know, do I know a Flame Touch? I might just grab that. might even just grab that one.
Another satisfied customer.
No, not at all.
Good day.
Just double check I've sold everything I need to. Yep, pretty much. Let's go. I doubt this guy's going to have any decent spells. I may have to go around to some of the mage guilds out in the cities to see what they've got.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
I can't seem to find anyone at the Imperial College that's really selling many spells. No, I don't want any of that.
Be seeing you.
Maybe I'm not talking to the right people at the university, but I don't know. Problem is, you know, where is everybody? Right, so he doesn't want to talk about anything.
It's nice to see you. Goodbye.
You have your task.
Okay.
Be seeing you.
I can't go into there. And then really, when I was looking around here...
Greetings,
No one was selling.
I'm sorry, fellow Magister, but I don't have time to talk right now. I'm sorry, fellow...
Triplets, maybe? They all sound exactly the same. I want to buy some spells. Let me buy...
Hello.
Good day.
What have you got?
What can I interest you in?
Dominating Touch. Devour health. Absorb 40 points of health on touch. Immolating Blast. See, I don't have enough magicka for any of these.
Take care.
What about you?
I hope... May I interest you in some of my fine wares? Good day.
So when I was looking on here, I only know Bound Dagger and Bound Helmet. I don't know Bound Sword. And for some reason, you can't just convert Bound Dagger into Bound Sword. I don't know why. It's not that different. So... I know it's a little bit boring, but let's do a tour around to the major cities, because I want the Bound Sword spell and I want to see what I can do with it, because in Skyrim, if I was to build a build like this, a BattleMage type build, the Bound Sword would be the bomb. It would be the best thing. Purely because I don't know what its equivalent is here in Oblivion, but my understanding is that the default Bound Sword in Skyrim...
Greetings, Evoker. A pleasure to...
is essentially...
Greetings. I'm Trey. We don't... I admit... Can I interest you in some of my wares?
No.
You too.
It's my... Knowledge is power.
Thank you, but not today.
Take care.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the bound sword is the equivalent of a dwarven sword.
It's my pleasure.
And that...
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Once you get the perk that upgrades it, it becomes the equivalent of a Daedric sword. And that's pretty damn powerful.
Thank you for your patronage.
At least in Skyrim
Farewell.
early on. And then you also get the abilities in Skyrim to make it do things like bind souls to soul gems, etc. Which is very handy.
Hello.
So, I don't expect to be able to do that here, but I would very much like to just experiment with it and see if I can get a copy of the bound sword that lasts longer. And get a feel for whether it's doing the sort of damage that I want, because the bound sword... Do I even know where... There's the Mage's Guild. That was behind me, up this way.
How are you today?
Yeah, I want to find out if it's feasible to use the bound sword here. Because the biggest thing is just how long it lasts and how much magicka it costs to get it to last that long. Oh, damn it, it's just too late in the day.
Well met.
I think even if anyone was going to sell me stuff, they might not, because it's after 8 PM. Okay, that's her room. Nobody else goes in there. You're that annoying little rat.
Hello, guildmate. Well met. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
I don't have that yet, so I'm going to grab that. I don't know that I really want to worry about telekinesis. Oh, open average lock. Yes. Definitely want that. There's the bound sword, which... That's unbelievable. A bound sword lasting only 15 seconds, and it costs 336 magicka. I'm going to buy that. But that's unworkable. I'm not going to be able to use it now.
Another satisfied customer. You too.
So that's basically just put the kibosh on all of that plan. That's just completely unworkable. I mean, short of there being something that I can do to somehow reduce the amount of magicka that's needed. I don't know whether I can reduce the damage that it does per attack, which allows it to last longer or anything like that. Let's do a very small amount of experimentation on that before we go any further. But I really do feel like the bound weapons in here are just pointless.
Well met, guildmate.
Why don't I see bound sword? Oh, because I don't see it here because I can't actually cast it yet. Because I don't meet the magicka requirements. So it's pointless. It's pointless. Yeah. What of the open spells do I have? Average, easy, very easy. Requires alteration skill of 50. What is my alteration skill? 33. Ouch. I need some serious alteration training. Why did I buy it? I bought it in the hopes that I could alter the spell so that it used less magicka somehow. Like, when you do some of these things, let me just see what it is with the bound dagger, alright? Okay, it's only duration. But when you look at... I didn't remember that. So when you look at, say, fire damage, the things that... It's all of this stuff, every single one of these attributes determines how much magicka it uses. So changing it from range touch to range target increases the magicka. And then how much damage it's going to do, followed by the amount of area it's going to affect, and then followed by the amount of duration it's going to use. That all affects everything. And I was hopeful that with the bound sword, there was not just a duration, but a damage. And so that you could reduce the amount of damage that it did, and that would therefore reduce the magicka cost, and I could swap the sliders, basically, and say, well, if I can bring the damage down a little bit, that would allow me to increase the duration for an acceptable amount of magicka, and it would still be useful. But it's not going to be. Because what I wanted was, if I didn't have to... Like, at the moment, I'm using up about half of my carrying capacity with just my standard loadout. Right? I don't have to bring the Mace of the Crusader with me, but the fact of the matter is, I only get 69 uses of the sword before it runs out of charge. So there are situations where maybe swapping to the Mace is a better option, so that I don't use up all the charges on my really good sword. If I didn't have to carry... Because at the moment I'm carrying this Elven Longsword as something to use so that I don't use up all the charges on my Crusade, or my Sword of the Crusader. Like, it would be really nice if there was like a switch that you could, you know, flick. Where is it? Flick. Turn it on or off. Is this going to be a normal sword, or is this going to be a magic sword? You know, turn off the magic effect so it doesn't always get used. That would be nice. Because the only other option is to carry around a whole bunch of charged soul gems that I can use to continually recharge these items. Now, for this mace and this sword, I can take them back to the relic stand, the armor stand in the Temple of the Nine, in the Priory of the Nine, and they all get recharged. So I don't need to spend gems to keep them charged. So my thought was, if I didn't have to carry the Elven Longsword, and instead I could use the bound sword, even if it was doing a little bit less damage, it won't weigh anything. It's ethereal. I can just cast it as I need it, use it, and then if there's something that I need the heavy hitting for, I switch to one of the Crusader weapons. But as it is now, 36, that's 70, that's 109 pounds, so nearly like 3/5. It's not quite half, sorry. So what, 2/5 of the, somewhere around there, of my storage capacity at the moment is the weapons that I'm carrying with me. The rest is my armor and some potions. And I would just love to reduce that a little bit. Not that I need to carry a whole heap of stuff, frankly. I do this in most of the playthroughs that I do. At the start of the game, I'm looting every single thing that I can find. G'day, Arbiter. At the start of every game, every playthrough, I'm looting everything that I can find because I know that I need the money. And then at a certain point, I get to the point where I'm pretty steadily got all the money that I need for quite a while. Although it feels like at the same point, same amount of play time in a Skyrim playthrough, I would be 20 or 30 grand of coin there, even after having bought a house or whatever. So, yeah. So what could I do, Arbiter? Because the only other option I can see is carrying around a huge amount of soul gems to recharge all of the weapons all the time. What was this mission that he wanted me to go on anyway? We need to get... That's right, we're going to Skingrad. Let's start making our way to Skingrad. I mean, I even feel like I shouldn't be bringing the mace, quite frankly, because I'm not even spec'd into it. It does, like, nearly a third the damage of what the longsword or the Crusader sword does. But I just feel like this has only got so few charges on it, 69, which is not a lot. And the way that all the battles I've been doing so far have been going, it costs me, I've had like one creature that I've killed that has used like, I don't know, a quarter or a third of those charges just to kill one creature. Anyway, let's make our way. We've got enough carrying capacity. It's not a big deal. I need to just ignore that and work on it. Skingrad, let's go. Zik Castle. Why is it saying I need to go there to get to the castle? Can you not get to the castle from inside the city? Do you technically have to go outside and follow the road to get to the castle? Wow, it looks like you can't. It looks like you have to go around this way. That's interesting. I never knew that. Okay. Feels like it's been a while since I saved. In fact, let's do a full save because it feels like it's been even longer since I've done that. Okay. Yeah, there's no way to get to the castle. The castle is not connected to the city. Wow, that is pretentious. Ooh. I can go down a well. Where does this door lead? Does this lead... That leads to the hall, and I think this is probably just going to be the barracks up here. Let's just go through to the hall and see where it goes. Well, there's that door up there. Where do you go? Oh, it's locked. The dungeon? Don't want to... Excuse me, don't want to go there unless I absolutely have to.
I'm Hal Lears, Count Skingrad's steward. The Count does not accept unsolicited visitors, I'm afraid. I apologize for the inconvenience.
I'm not sure which of these is the...
I'm afraid that's not my arena. You'll have to speak to Mercator about seeing the Count.
Okay.
Farewell.
So is this Mercator?
Yes, the Mages Guild, you say? Oh, the Count is quite aware of your presence here. He simply has no interest in granting you an audience at this time. Now that I've seen you myself, I can't say that I blame him. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to change his mind on the subject. Return tomorrow. Perhaps he will see you then.
You know what that reminds me of? Okay. The scene in Skyrim when you come back into Dragon's Reach and Arvanici, or whatever his name is, the steward for Count Bulgraf, questions what makes you so important that the Greybeards want to speak to you. And I did it once. I shouted at him once to prove to him that I have the voice. And of course, everybody then attacked me. But it's one of those situations where this guy is just like, oh, I don't know why he would want to see you. I see now why he doesn't want to see you, and sort of thing. And it's just like, I could kill you in an instant if I wasn't a good person. You are just an arrogant little snot.
Hello. Urus the shepherd sure does.
Maybe I should just sit here and wait for 24 hours and see what happens.
Likes cheese. No doubt about it. The man loves cheese. And sheep. Just cheese and sheep.
Cheese and sheep. Someone loves cheese and sheep. Well, I don't blame him. Cheese are quite nice. I don't know that I really have his appreciation for sheep. But cheese is, well, I'm not a huge cheese fan. Let's be honest. I like cheese. I'm not, and I'm not into the creamy cheeses. I don't like blue cheese. I don't like I like cheddars, and I like the hard cheeses. I'm not for the creamy stuff. It's not me. But cheese is nice. But apparently, I don't know whether it's the Duke, the Earl, whatever he's called, likes cheese, or somebody else. I'm going to try it. Let's just wait here for 24 hours and see what happens. First of all, I'm curious to see whether someone tries to kick us out of this chair. I don't know if that is a mechanic in the game or not, but this table is set for 2. It's also, hopefully someone comes and changes the food on the table, because otherwise, after sitting there for 24 hours, some of it's going to have spoiled. Let's be honest.
You there. I have an update for you.
Very good.
The Count has agreed to see you, but not here. He wishes to meet you south of the Cursed Mine, outside of town, after 2 a.m. It would be wise of you to be on time. Follow the road west out of Skingrad, through the high pasture. The mine entrance is north of the road. The Count will meet you just outside it.
Okay, if anything sounds like an ambush, that has got to be it. 2 a.m., at the cursed mine outside of town. Like, right there. Unbelievable. So I think to pass the time, and this is just ridiculous, I'm going to walk all the way around here to the gate, walk through Skingrad to the west gate, walk to the location, and it will still be before lunchtime, and then we'll wait the 14 hours or whatever we need to so that we can kick this count's butt and see what's going on. Because this is just so silly.
Have pity on an old...
Can't you see that I'm very busy?
So long.
Farewell.
Do I have stuff to sell? Nope. Very good. Where is... About the best thing about that sculpture is the reins. There's no way that they're actually made of stone. They would break in an instant. But if they had been done, that would make this one of the best statues ever made. The rest of it looks like crap. Like, why you would have reins made out of stone but not have stirrups. And frankly, I'm not a horseman. I'm not an expert at all. But he doesn't even seem to have a saddle on. He's just got, like, a blanket over its back that he's sitting on, which is bizarre. Okay, we need to find the gate out of town. Sorry, Dizzy, I don't have...
It's you. Hi.
I don't have anything set up to list the mods that I'm playing, unfortunately. I think I actually need to go down this way to get to the other gate. So let's go through here. And unfortunately, I don't actually remember the full list of mods that I'm using. Unless you're trying to make yourself a moderator of this channel, which also won't work.
How goes it?
So, on the map, we need to go to there. Can I see that on the local map yet? It's right there. I thought we were actually supposed to meet him south of the cursed mine. So that's the cursed mine there. That's... If that's the cursed mine, we're not really south of it. Well, we're southeast of it, I guess. It's quite a way. The hell are you? Just a bandit. Elven battle axe is nice. Not sure that the rest of this is really worth taking, but I've got some carry space, so I might as well. Sort of wondering if I should go and clear this mine out, but it might somehow be part of the quest that he gives. So maybe it's not such a good idea to do that just yet. What's the time? Yep, told you, it's 11 AM, and I found the spot where I'm supposed to meet him. I don't think I can power from that well because I was pretty much fully powered anyway. Is there an Oblivion gate over here? What's at this camp? Fat Rat Camp. Elven arrows. They still only, well, saying they still only do 2 damage. I don't have any skill at the moment in that, so that would explain why they show as very low powered. Let's move back to where we're supposed to be. How about we just stand over here underneath this tree? Just supposed to be standing over there somewhere. Quick save. Let's rest for... let's be safe. Let's rest for 12 hours. Or 13 maybe. Supposed to meet him after 2 AM, I believe. Of course, if it gets... Oh! Well, I don't know why it hung there. Thankfully, it decided to keep going after all. Okay. 1:04 AM. Quick save. Let's wait the next hour.
Just in time, Mage. We've been waiting for you. I'm afraid I misled you. The Count won't be arriving. In fact, he doesn't even know you're here. We're not about to let the Guild interfere with our plans, for the Count or otherwise. So, you'll have to die. Don't worry. We'll put your body to good use, I assure you.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
You elves are all the same.
You're pathetic.
The Count is here. Okay, he's unconscious. Well, that's interesting. But ultimately, pretty straightforward battle.
You impossible fool. What possessed you to think I would suggest a meeting here, of all places? At least your gullibility served some useful purpose. I knew about Mercator, but not his friends. Now none of them are a threat any longer. Do you not recognize a necromancer when you see one? I suspected Mercator was involved in their cult, but was unwilling to move against him without knowing the identities of his allies. Count Janus Hasseldor at your service. A thank you might be in order at this point.
Go on, say thank you then. I just saved your life.
Despite what your council may think, I've not thrown in with the necromancers and would never do so. You may pass along that message.
I don't know, your eyes look a little bit weird, and am I seeing a hint of fang there in the mouth?
Is that so? Perhaps your council has not been entirely honest with you. Do you really believe they sent you here for a book? No, they sent you here to spy on me. They've heard the same rumors I have about the Necromancer's cult.
Yeah, it is funny when they do that.
Tell your council that the next time they want something from me, they come themselves. They don't send someone under false pretenses. Yes, I see that now. I regret that Traven has involved you in this way. At least you've survived. For now. Perhaps in the future you can be trusted enough to deal with more serious matters. Now our business here is concluded. I suggest you return to your council.
I kicked your ass, mate. Just saying. Could have killed you. Should have killed you. You're a goddamn vampire. I'm convinced of it. Right.
A pretty still got nothing to eat.
Before I forget, switch back to the Elven Sword. Oh, it's 7 AM, of course.
What kind of... I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all... A fine transaction. And that's... I appreciate your business. Goodbye. Please, come again.
Okay.
What is it, citizen?
Well met, guildmate.
Hello, guildmate. Have you been to Skingrad and seen Count Hasseldor? Saved you, did he? Well, that's a good sign. I must apologize. It was never the Council's intention to put you in harm's way.
He didn't save me. But anyway.
The Count's unique nature is not public knowledge. The Council wishes to keep it that way. At the time, it was believed that there was no reason to inform you, since it was not crucial to the task you were given. For that reason, I was unable to disclose more about his true identity to you. Clearly, that judgment was in error. I apologize. Archmage Travin feared that sending a high-ranking official with the guild might draw too much attention and provoke a reaction from the Count. We were also concerned that it might drive any necromancers in the area underground, making them more difficult to root out. We simply wanted to survey the situation in Skingrad. Our relationship with Hasseldor is tenuous at best. The Council has agreed to keep his nature a secret, and in exchange, he occasionally provides us with useful information.
There's this group that I've heard about called the Dawn Guard. You heard of them? Because right now, I'd love to sick them on Hasseldor.
As a vampire, the Count has few allies he can trust. He has disguised his nature from most, but cannot hide it from the Council of Mages, so he approached us with an accord. As you have seen, that agreement is under a great deal of strain lately. The Count does not agree with certain policies the Guild has established.
Yeah, you protect a vampire.
It's not quite that simple. Hasseldor is powerful, to be sure, but the Council does not consider him to be a threat.
No, not when a Journeyman mage can
he has
kill
ruled
him.
over Skingrad for quite some time, without incident. We feared Hasseldor may have been involved with the necromancers. Thanks to your involvement, it would seem that he is not. At least, not for the moment. We will continue to monitor the situation, but I assure you, we will make no further attempts to mislead you. You have done your job admirably, and I thank you for it. Your services to the Guild have not gone unnoticed. As of this moment, you have gained the rank of Evoker. Along with your new rank, please take this amulet. May it help keep you safe in times of danger.
Spelldrinker amulet. Okay.
Take care.
Let me just see what that does. With a name like Spelldrinker, I would think it would be either magic resistance or magic absorption. Spell absorption, 15 points on self. So that should be absorbing spells cast at me and regenerating my magicka. Why is my backpack up? I can't wear the amulet and a backpack at the same time. Okay. Well, I mean, the backpack's a mod, so they had to do something there to get it to work. I understand that. Because I just realised that the things I don't have in my kit out at the moment are amulets and rings.
I have a new task for you, and I assure you there are no necromancers involved.
So there's no necromancers involved, so it'll just be Daedra worshippers, actual Daedra themselves, Daedric princes maybe. What else will it be?
Are you ready for it? If not, I understand you've been through quite a bit lately.
You have no idea.
Very well. There's a research project going on at one of the Ayleid ruin sites on the eastern side of the province. Irlav Jirol is in charge of the project and is apparently in need of some help. I thought you might need a break after the things you've been exposed to lately. You can find Irlav in the Archmage's Tower. He's a good man, but council matters have distracted him lately and he's been neglecting his other work. Irlav should be waiting for you.
So... Oh. I've never been on that teleport before.
I'm Karanya, Master Wizard, and far too important to be talking to you. So go about your business, please. Be seeing you.
You're about Vatican, are you? It's a damn shame. I haven't been giving the project the attention it deserves. The last report I received from Skalil indicated there was some sort of problem, a blocked passage or something that they couldn't get past. I'd investigate it further, but I'm needed here with the council. Ramanis says you've got a good head on your shoulders. Look into it for me, will you? You can find Skalil at the site. Access is restricted, so you'll need this key.
A blocked passage. You need someone to dig a hole. Anyway.
She's the mage heading up the on-site research. She can tell you more about whatever it is that's impeding their progress. It's an alien ruin southwest of Cheydinhall. We suspect that there are some interesting things inside, so a research project was established. Skalil is there now, working on investigating the ruins. I eagerly await your return.
That goes to the Archmage's quarters. And that goes to the lobby. To the Archmage's Tower. Council chambers. Right.
Greetings, Guild.
It's not super urgent, but I'm going to go back here and put my weapons and gear onto the armory stand to repair and recharge. I feel like dropping the mace off. I'm starting to think I don't need both weapons. Well, it's not true. I feel like I do need both weapons, but I'm starting to feel like I'm just going to have to get by without it, because I'm going to lose, now that I'm wearing this amulet, I'm going to lose a whole bunch of carrying capacity because I can't wear a backpack as well, which is incredibly annoying. You all good? Oh, missed the boots. Let's go put the backpack back upstairs. Double check we've got everything set. Looks like we do. Switch back to the Elven Sword until we need the big broomstick. Save again and off to Black Waterside Stables outside of Shadenhall. Valley. I mean, I don't know that the actual site we need to go to is down in the valley, but it's easier travelling in the valley, and then if we're wrong, well, we'll have to backtrack to find our way back up. No bears, no wolves. Of course, there's plenty of crabs. The pests of Tamriel. Probably the pests of all Nirn, to be honest. Okay, so there's a cave over there. Some form of campsite over that way. And we've got the cave here. Assuming we have to go into this cave. And there's a good chance we may end up coming out that one. Little off topic, little bit weird. As a developer, computer programmer, it actually pretty much always blows me away how we've gotten to the point where we can produce these artificial worlds that look like this. I mean, it's not even 50% realistic, to be honest. And, you know, Skyrim looks way better than this. But just this ability to sit here and have this landscape and just pan around and look at it. And it's night, and you've even got some cloud moving. We've got the water, some stuff we can see in it. It always blows me away, because I remember the days when this sort of graphical stuff was a pipe dream, and it's come so far. And I remember in the... when would that have been? This was still in the early 90s. And I was studying, so it would have been like 92 or 93. So we're talking the era of like XT computers, if you remember those. 386s, 286s, XTs, that sort of era. Still just a couple of megabytes of RAM at the most, not gigabytes. My parents owned a lottery agency. We have this lottery agency here in Australia. and they would sell scratch tickets and lotto tickets. And they would do these syndicates for the lotto tickets for some of the really high-end games where you could pick a lot of numbers. And it would, you know, they'd have like 20 people in it, and it would cost like $10 a share. And so I wrote them a computer program to manage all of that. But alongside it all, I said, you know what? I'm curious what the chances were of winning that type of lottery that we had. It was 8.5 million to 1 is what I calculated. But what I did was I wrote a computer program that counted out and displayed on the screen all of the possible combinations of numbers that could be drawn out. It was 6 numbers out of 45, I think it was. And so it counted out all of the options so that you could, and so that I could prove that it was working properly, right? So it counted out all the possible combinations. On that computer, just displaying line after line, scrolling up on the screen, it took something like 2.5 hours for it to display all 8.5 million combinations. I turned off the single line of code that displayed the current combination so that it no longer displayed anything. All it did was count all of the possible combinations and then stop. It took 30 seconds to do that. That's how far we've come in computational power. The ability to display 8.5 million combinations of 6 numbers on the screen, one after the other, taking 2.5 hours to graphical worlds like this. And it's unreal. It blows me away whenever I think about it. We're actually going the wrong way on this map, but that's fine. We'll go this way first, and then we'll turn around and come back the other way. And it's a dead end, so that's good. It's coming up on 4 hours 40 minutes. It's just gone 4 hours 40 minutes, the uptime. I need to get some of those scripts set up. I haven't really looked into them yet, but it is something I should do. Just a sec, I need to have a drink. Yes, I'm doing Mage Guild quest lines. I got through the I still haven't done... So I've been granted the Blessing of Talos, but I'm ready to destroy Unreal, but I haven't done it yet. So I decided I wanted to do something else for a little bit. Maybe get a couple of levels before I tried that, even though I know it's probably... I think they call them Radiant quests, so it doesn't matter what level I am when I do it. It'll be scaled up to something appropriate. But I wanted to do that way anyway. Let's just... And actually, I have... Where is the open average lock? There we go. Let's make sure that's right. So yeah, I'm doing a couple of the Mage Guild quest lines before I go any further and finish that off, and then I'll probably do a few more of the Fighters Guild as well. Oh, and I finished Kvatch. I rescued I tried to rescue the Count from Kvatch. My skill level is too low. Damn it. I should have known that. Ooh, a glass war axe. Be interesting to see what the glass sword can do for me. You're sleeping. I don't know whether I should wake you or not. I guess I should. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's time to get up anyway.
You have business here? Don't tell me Jarl sent you. Erlov sent you, did he? Figures. He can't be bothered to come check on his own project, so he sends someone who knows nothing about it. And this is supposed to help? No offense to you, friend. It's not your fault. And perhaps you can help. If you can figure out how to use the pillar, I'd be thrilled. You're welcome to try your hand at it. That's what we're calling it, only because we don't know what it really is, or was. It's magical, we know that much. Enchanted somehow. We think it's a lock of some sort, but haven't been able to figure out how it works. All I can say for sure is that it reacts to magic, badly most of the time. Several mages were hurt attempting to cast spells at it. It's at the bottom of the ruins, if you wish to try your luck. Be careful, though. It could be quite hazardous to your health. Best to play it safe. No complex magic. Stick to basic spells with single effects. It's not worth taking unnecessary risks. It's connected to the rest of the chamber. We know that much. We just don't know how it works. I've given up trying to figure it out. It's just beyond us. Why Denel stays down there, I have no idea. He's just asking to get killed. This place has been nothing but trouble as far as I'm concerned. Since we disposed of the creatures that had taken up residence here, it's been nothing but a fight to figure out how the place works. The pillar has had us stumped for more than a week now, not to mention the injuries it's caused. What a waste of my talents.
Okay then. Let's go and work out the puzzle of the pillar. I used to get up that early in the morning. I don't anymore. But it's not that much later than that. It's about 6:30 at the moment that I get up. Barring weekends, of course.
Sent you in to try your hand at the thing, have they? I don't know how much Skalil told you. We know that it reacts to magic, but every time we've tried, the thing shocks whomever cast the spell. It hasn't been fatal for anyone yet, but we stopped trying after the first few attempts. I can tell you, it really hurts. The only thing we haven't figured out is the markings. You see them on the walls? They must relate to the pillar, but I don't know how. If we had some sort of reference, something to compare them to, we might be able to decipher them, but we lack anything like that. Skalil might have a book that would be useful, but she's been sulking over the way Erlov's been treating her. Perhaps you could ask her for it. I don't know. Anything that might help explain these inscriptions in the ruins. They're like nothing we've seen to date. I don't know what else to say. Until we have... I've had my fill of the place, that's for sure. And I've got the scars to prove it. Once we figured out the pillar reacted to spells, we tried out a few. I think I was only unconscious for an hour or so, but that was enough for me. I'm trying to help Skalil as best I can, but I'm not going near the thing again. Bye.
Yeah, well, I was going to consider saving. Avmolag and Yemis. Okay. Avmafri Nadia. Magica Loria. Feels like those might be useful. Magicka Scylla. So hang on, these went Av Mafra Nagia. Av Molaganimus. Interesting that both of these talk Magicka and these ones start with Av, whatever that means. Okay, let's go and see if we can weasel the book out of what's her name.
Be careful in here.
Manual of Spellcraft. What's in the... Ooh, lots of interesting spells we can try to throw at it. That might be an interesting one to try. I'm going to leave them in there for the moment. My guess is that we have to use some or all of those in various combinations. Just working out which the combinations are will be interesting. So...
But if there's anything about Vatican you need explained, let me know. I don't know why Dental is even trying. This is doomed to fail. But fine. If he wants it, he can have it. It's just one more thing I'll get... What?
Wrong one. The following inscriptions were painstakingly transcribed and interpreted over many long years. Avag Molag Animus, Av Late Magicka, from fire, life, from light, magic. Okay, so it starts with from fire, life.
The waste of my talents.
So let's see if we can work out what the other ones say. Yeah, I worked that out. Thanks, Arbiter.
Be careful in here.
So let's do a full save. Right, so... Avag Molag Animus. Avag Molag Animus, from fire, life. Avag Mafri Nagia. Okay, let's see if we can find Mafri Nagia in here somewhere. No, I don't see Mafri or Nagia anywhere. Am I missing something? Let's leave that one for the moment. Magicka Loria. So... So I'm thinking it's either Magic Lore Masters or maybe Magic Wisdom even though it says literally terrible wisdom, Agia Halayatne Jora Emma Loria, that would make that Lawmaster is the last. So, Laloria. Actually, it's just Loria, isn't it? It's not Laloria on this. So, that's actually saying... Well, it's either saying law or master. Magic law or magic master there is what I'm assuming it says. Do we have just Loria anywhere? We don't. And then you've got Agia there. Hang on. Terrible wisdom. Oh, that's terrible. Agia is terrible. Okay. So that one's talking about magical wisdom or magical mastery or magical law. Magica Scylla. So, Scylla. Do we have Scylla in here? We don't have Scylla either. Was another book.
Be careful in here.
There's also this other. I don't know if the book that she gave us is the one that was sitting on her table up here. Yeah, I know, Arbito. I need to work on stuff for the channel. I'm just really new to that sort of stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. But the what magic from the sky. Earth, water, air, and light. And then there's Aetherius, the magic power. The wild elves. Is there anything in here that talks about Sealer or any of that sort of stuff?
Be careful in here.
Fire life. I'm gonna say that's flare. Now, Avra Mafre Nagia. Ava Molag Animus from Firelife. Avra Mafre Nagia.
Beak.
Snowball. Magica Loria. Magica Scylla. Elevate Magica. Sever Magica. Damn it. Wasn't close enough. Okay. Element Magica, Flare, Sever Magica, Snowball. That didn't miss. Either you're not supposed to do it at these stones, you're supposed to do it at these, or you're supposed to cast it at the pillar, or what? I don't know. You're supposed to cast it at the pillar, right? Load. Saved game, yes. Flare, Element Magica, Sever Magica, Snowball. I don't even know if it matters what order we do these in, or whether we cast them at a particular place. Let's quick save here just to do that. So let's just go elevate Magicka. What did that do? Okay, so I feel like there is an order to things. Or maybe we've got to stand over here near this. I don't know, but flare, let's try that first. Cast that, that comes down, nothing else happens. Maybe let's come over here to this one. Let's do something similar with Snowball. Okay. Did I end up liking Makator? Is it the Necromancer Makator? I'm not sure who Makator is. Remind me. Oh, the steward for the Vampire Lord. Yeah. No, he was easy. Elevate Magicka. Let's try that next. No. So it's probably Sever Magicka next. Let's just stand here and see if I can do them all from the one spot as well. So, flare, snowball, yep, doesn't care. Let's try Sever Magicka next. Oh, damn it. So annoying that you've got to be in close to do Sever Magicka. There you go. That's how you do it, folks. Let's do a full save just to be on the safe side. And I'm going to be right back for a sec. Hang on. Right. Let's talk to these guys, because I'm sure they're going to...
Well, would you look at that? Someone will need to see where this goes. I think you should go. You've done all the hard work, after all. If there are any discoveries to be made, you should be the one to make them. You deserve that much. Be careful and watch your step.
Oh, did Denel have the answers to all the inscriptions? Well, there you go. Didn't know I could ask him.
What do you want
logical
now?
to me.
Have you found anything interesting in the ruins? You made it work. That's fantastic. Not only can I tell Erlaf we're back on track, but I can happily say we did it without his help. There must be something down there worth locking up. Would you mind taking a look as long as you're here? If I can send you back with something worthwhile, Erlaf may forget all about our delays. What a waste of my talents.
As I've said before on these streams, I don't seem to have too much of a problem with these puzzles as long as there is some clue to them, which in this case there was. And for me...
Be careful in here.
Problem solving is a big part of my daily job. You know, a bunch of servers aren't working, there's something to work, we've got to work out why. Tracking it back, finding out exactly what the problem is very similar to finding a lot of these, solving a lot of these puzzles. So I feel I'm pretty good at it. Dwarven short sword, very nice, and some ectoplasm. Okay, let's get some light going, and let's just make sure we're back to full health. Not that interested in bone meal at the moment. Sure, it's worth a few gold. Oh. Somehow I took almost no injury from that. Hey, Space Cowboy, thanks for the subscription. No, I'm not a remote tech support. My actual work title, well, actually it's changed recently. Did I just get attacked by something? Or was it just from opening that chest? Oh, it's that. And now that one's attacking me. Very interesting. Let's come over this way. I'm a DevOps engineer, is mostly what my title is, which doesn't mean a lot to anyone who doesn't work in the industry. Probably doesn't even mean a lot to some people that do work in the industry. I look after our company I work for, we manage infrastructure, servers and stuff like that for our clients. As most of it's in Amazon, so it's all virtual stuff. Tell me there's not 2 of the buggers. Tell me there's not 3 of them. So yeah, I manage servers and stuff for clients. There is multiples of them. And so we try, we often have the client saying, oh, X is not working, or Y is not working. That almost nothing. And so I've got to resolve issues that the client might be having. And essentially, some of the stuff is remote because, most of the servers sit in places like Amazon. We do have a few servers that we host ourselves, but we're trying to get rid of those. Okay, now you're dead. G'day, Grendelman. Yeah, those were definitely Oblivion turrets. I do have a Detect Life spell, I think. I just haven't really used it very much. Yeah, I've got the minor life detection. I've always been a bit hesitant to use it around undead, though, because I figured it probably wouldn't work. How is that sword doing for charges? 38 left. This is not good. I may have to consider going a certain way through this dungeon and then stopping. Going back and getting this sword recharged. Unless there's some of these Allied stones around. Looks like we might have some more turrets in here. I'm not trusting that floor in the center for anything, because there's blood. I just got zapped by a tower. Oh, look at that. I was right not to trust that floor in the center. That wasn't being zapped by a tower. That was the floor rising up underneath me and trying to crush me, but thankfully I was on the edge. I was able to mostly avoid the damage. Oh, look, we've got the swinging pendulum blades that every game like this has to have. Here's the thing. Barring magic, which of course these must be powered by magic, but barring magic, if you were to ever come across something like this in real life, just wait. Because the clockwork mechanism that makes those swing, because it would have to be clockwork in this day, in this sort of setting, the clockwork mechanism would run down very quickly. But just because of the weight of the blades, it would be impossible to build a mechanism that could keep those blades swinging for any serious amount of time if it was just running clockwork, for example. But of course, if it's powered by magic, it'll run forever, so you have to be careful of that. Let's quick save. Ooh, this looks big, and there's lots of hanging cages. Ah! Really? Ah! silenced. You bastard. Right, that's it. You're getting the full force of the Crusader blade. I'm no longer silenced. Good. And I'll take that Dwarven short sword to sell. Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, right? This is interesting fact. If you follow space news, a few years ago there was the EM drive, the electromagnetic drive that these guys had proposed that they had built. And it was a drive that had no reaction mass. All you had to do was basically point a beam of microwaves into this chamber and it would produce thrust, which is technically impossible, but they felt that they had worked it out. If you do that though, you can make a perpetual motion machine. And in fact, you can generate enough energy. Did that say I'm now a journeyman of athletics? Was it athletics or was it acrobatics? Acrobatics. Okay, I just got to apprentice level acrobatics. Okay. Yeah, you can basically make a perpetual motion machine out of it, because if all it takes is microwave energy to start the thing moving, then you can quite easily put it on a spindle and make it spin, which you can then use to turn a turbine and generate energy. And from the figures that these guys had had used, that, you know, this was the amount of energy they were getting out of the system, blah blah blah. They had actually, if you did the math on, you know, that amount of thrust that was being produced, and if that was being used to spin a turbine, the turbine would be able to produce more energy than was required to start it spinning. And so therefore that's perpetual energy, and I feel like there should be some way to get up from here. Stairs are raised remotely. And there's a YouTuber that I follow by the name of Scott Manley, who does a lot of space news and stuff. And he calculated that very quickly you would be able to produce enough energy to destroy the universe using this technology. And that's the thing. Any sort of perpetual motion machine can be used to produce unlimited amounts of energy, and in fact so much energy that it's enough to actually destroy the universe eventually. Which is one big argument that points to the fact that it must be impossible, because if it wasn't, some other group of idiotic morons somewhere in the universe would have created one by now and destroyed the universe. And there's the button we seek. And that's raising up the stairs so we can get up there to the middle. I'm assuming these open later. Put the sword away. In fact, let's get the other sword as our primary weapon for the moment, because I want to save a few of the charges on the other one if I can. Although the fact that there are so many ghosts and wraiths and stuff in here means that our chances of... what was that? Oh, that just magically spawned in a whole bunch of skeletons. And now I'm getting shot at. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to bring out less sword. Come on. Is that all you got? Well, got my level. Got my block. Need a potion. Just want a little bit of health back. Let's come over here. Oh, we've got that guy over there we've got to worry about too. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, they weren't ever able to prove that it was actually doable, that EM thruster thing. So there have been other groups that have tried the experiments and not been able to get any of the results. So there's some questions now about whether... Basically, a lot of people think it's garbage. It's been done, and that's all there is to it, as far as they are concerned. Although the guy who came up with the concept still swears black and blue, it's a valid thing. But, and apparently, like countries like China were going to be using the EM thrusters on some of their devices in space and stuff like that, and there was even talk that NASA was going to put one up, but they never did. So most of the space scientific community think it's nothing. But when the idea was first around, you know, even people who were skeptical were going, well, it would be really nice if this worked. And the thing that would be really good about it would be if we could get this to work. I mean, sorry, no, what I was saying was that if the effect does appear to be real, but at the moment it's only producing, you know, fragments of thrust, then surely there's a way that we can scale it up and make it work. We've done that with other technologies in the past, sort of thing, where we have found effects that look like they would work, but they were very small, and we've upgraded them. The classic sort of thing there is batteries. You know, like, you consider the objects that we have today that run on batteries. I've even got them here. Look at this. So, you know, that little earbud, I've got a pair of them, of course, but that little earbud is supposed to charge, and unfortunately I paid a ridiculous amount of money for those and they're crap, but they are supposed to charge and last for about 6 hours. which is really, really good. But imagine, well, I don't know if anyone can, but I can imagine even 20 years ago, but more importantly, like 30 or 40 years ago, a device that small, the battery in it, like the only devices that small that had batteries in them were hearing aids. I know because my grandfather had hearing aids, and those batteries at most lasted a few days, and they had, you know, a fraction of the technology in them than what we see today in similar, you know, in these sorts of things. So where is the other switch for this guy? Oh, there's a switch right up there. I never even noticed it. There we go. Ancient Elven Helm. Okay, that opened the doors over that way. I haven't seen where... Is this where we came in? Okay, so we came in through that door. There's another door over here, which goes somewhere else. That's locked, which I should be able to unlock. That's not a major issue. Let's come up here and see what it's about, what the area up here is all about. Sorry. Switch back to Elven Longsword. Thank you very much. Let's get it out to be safe. So we opened this. Interesting. Nothing in there. It's just some strange architectural feature. Okay. Let's pick up our Journeyman lockpicks. As usual, really wishing I had the magicka or the skill to cast a spell to do this. Okay. That one's unlocked. Even really pay attention to what we got just then. So the ancient Elven Helm is light armor. It only gives you armor of 1, but it's worth nothing and it weighs nothing. Okay, gold amulet. Aquatic adaptation. Summon zombies. Enemies nearby. Short sword. Can we rest run out? We can. Very good. back to that one. This doesn't feel like an average lock to me. It's like there's a few locks in Skyrim that just, they say they're one level and they feel like they're way harder. Or even, I think some of the really hard level locks, you know, sometimes it feels like there's a lot of difference. You know, you'll get one expert lock that is hard but doesn't feel, you know, as hard as another expert lock. Okay, we finally got that. I probably should have quick saved before I started doing any of those locks so that I could get by without breaking lockpicks, but... Hello there, and there's a couple of you. Maybe we should use the Crusader. I know he dropped his weapon. Ooh, Elven short sword. Ectoplasm. Am I still silenced? I am not. I might just grab a couple of heals. There we go. And we'll come up here. Actually, how's the charge? Oh, there's no charges left on that. Wonderful. Mimela? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Thanks for the raid. More ectoplasm. I don't think he had a weapon. Ooh. Interesting statue holding up a broken sword. Oh man, more locks. Shield of the Untamed. So what were we playing? What games were we playing before we came for the raid? An Oblivion stream, of course. Seems to be most of the time when people raid me at the moment, they've been playing Oblivion and they want to keep going. I hope it was going well for you. I'm going to keep using this sword, even though it has no charges left. Got into that. Well, that's alright. Thanks for the raid anyway. Damn it. Don't know if I'm going to be able to do this with Apprentice next, but we'll try. Yeah, we got in. Very good. Long Sword of Pain. Well, that's interesting. We might be... Whoops, we might have to use that for a little bit. Oh, and it's a Dwarven one at that. Yes, Oblivion definitely seems to be very popular at the moment. Oh, am I back? Okay, I'm back here. We're done. Let's go up and tell... What's her face?
What's that you have there? That looks important, whatever it is. I think you've really found something. You'd best get that to Erlaf back at the Imperial City as soon as possible. He'll want the mages there to examine it more closely. Maybe now that the project has had some positive results, we can go home. I'd give just about anything to sleep in a real bed again.
Which reminds me...
What a waste of my talent.
I need to borrow your bed for a moment to get a level. Interesting. I need to get some more intelligence going. So, let's take those for the moment. Yes, I need to deal with the artifact. Very good. I don't remember which mod this is with the faces. I think it's the Oblivion face mod or something like that, I think it's called. Yeah, I've got a lockpicking mod, which is the Morrowind lockpicking mod, and I've got the backpack mod, but as we just saw, the backpack isn't all that useful. Okay, have a good time getting something to eat. Yeah, so the backpack, once you start getting amulets, the backpack is no use to you, which is fine, I guess. Why am I walking? I should be fast travel. You Americans,
the hero
always
of
living in the past.
This is truly...
So, is this going to take me upstairs to where I need to be?
What's this? Some sort of alien artifact? Well, well, Romanus was right in sending you out there. Good work. I'll be sure and put in a good word for you.
Sorry, Saint Salvius, I missed your question there. How do I raise intelligence? By raising one of the skills.
Good work getting that straightened
Hang
out.
on.
I'm glad someone finally came along that was able to make progress with it. Bye.
So, let me just quickly... Okay, that quest is done, so that's fine. So, if you come in here and have a look at intelligence, it governs alchemy, conjuration, mysticism. So as long as I raise up at least one of those, my understanding is, and I could be wrong, as long as I raise up at least one of those some levels, I will be able to increase my intelligence at the next level. So what I generally just do is, like I've done right now, I cast the bound helmet a few times until it tells me that I've got a level in conjuration, and then I say, fine, I'm done here.
It's nice to see.
Oh, you've got that stupid quest that I know nothing about. Bye. So yeah, I'll just keep doing this, raising that up, and hope that that allows me to get my level. Now, what do I need to do here? I got some stuff to sell, definitely. I got all these dwarven short swords. What I should probably do, because I do need to get my levels up in armory, in repairing. So let's get my elven longsword up first, and then let's repair as many of these as possible. There we go, that's good. Didn't really get a level there, but we did the best we could. Where do I want to go? Let's go to the market district, whatever it's called. That reminds me, I should stop here and drink dinner in a minute.
What kind of deal? I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. That's a fair deal. You've made a good bit of gold. You've made a good bit of gold.
Shield of the Untamed. Reflect spell 14%. It's not bad. Sell it though. Let's just get rid of one of those, because I don't feel like I need to carry multiple.
That's a fair deal.
Of those two around all the time. Don't want Detect Life. Don't want any of that or any of those.
Fine. You drive. Come back and see. Goodbye, please.
Yeah, the amulet takes the backpack space, unfortunately. But my strength is the maximum at the moment, so I've got semi-decent carrying capacity at 500. And I'm at the point now where I'm only picking up stuff that's really essential. Or weapons that I know... Great, she's locked for some reason. Weapons that I know can sell well. So anything new, basically. Dwarven, Elven, Glass, Orcish. I don't think Orcish weapons
Feel
exist
free to
in
browse.
this.
I'll
but yeah.
buy just about anything for the right price.
Oh, hang on.
Feel free to browse.
No, I've sold everything because I sold it all to the
Fare thee well.
trader, not to an armourer. These guys probably aren't going to have much, but I'll have a quick look.
Tertullians? I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
You've got junk, mate. For the
Goodbye.
capital city, sometimes these merchants have complete junk. I don't know why the fighting chance isn't open yet. Like, it's 8:30 in the morning. Let's do the old wait an hour thing. And see if that fixes it. It does. Very good.
What?
Yeah, what?
I'm pretty handy. What needs to be fixed?
No, all of that can be repaired for nothing.
Armor, weapons,
base.
I have it all. How may I help you?
Okay, so you don't have any other dwarven or elven gear at all. So essentially, you've got crap.
Good day.
Good day. Let's go over to the hack and slash or whatever it's called and just have a quick look there. I don't expect there to be anything great at any of these places, but I just want to check and see what gear they've got.
Yes? Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit
Elven Claymore, okay. Finally starting to see some stuff like that. That's it. Right, so.
Farewell.
Ooh, I know where I want to go. I want to go in here. I think one or the other of these guys is an armory
The
trainer.
best defense.
No, you're not.
Take care.
Yes?
Yes, you are.
Knowledge.
Oh no, you're a heavy armor trainer.
Let's do business.
Dwarven armor. At least some. Okay.
Take care.
Oh, I think... the fighting chance, was she an armory trainer? Like a repair trainer?
What?
Yes.
There's much I can
Armor.
show you.
Very good. Yeah.
There's much I can show. Knowledge. Pay attention. Let's get to train. There's much I can show you. Bye.
Very good. And there goes my helmet again. My armorer skill is pretty low at 32. I need to get it to 50 to be able to repair. So that's why I'm buying whenever I can find it at the moment.
Any news?
The type of
Gonna head back to the Arcane University, but I don't know who else is going to be able to give me quests. Because what's his face wasn't there last time.
You have my answer. Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
Okay, my conjuration skill has increased, so I don't need to do that spell anymore. And that should be enough for me to raise my intelligence. Why
Hello,
does she
guildmate.
snap at you?
Well met.
I don't know.
Ever
All the
bought
trainers, all
enchanting
the
supply? Good work at
merchants and
Vatican.
that are all a bit weird.
Jorol
the way
is
they
quite pleased with the
occasionally
information now
snap at
coming
you.
in about the site. There is another predicament, which I believe you can also help resolve, if you feel ready for it. You become more valuable to the guild with each passing day. The guild wishes to reward that, and so you are raised to the rank of conjurer.
Hey.
Accept these robes and wear them with pride.
Unlikely.
Are you prepared to be... Excellent. You have become most reliable, and I assure you that the Council appreciates it. Now, to the matter at hand. In order to deal with the apparent growing problem of necromancers in Cyrodiil, the Council needs as much information as possible. The Mystic Archives have been consulted with minimal success. Guild members are investigating other avenues, but I believe more can be learned here. What little we know makes no sense in a larger context. For example, why was Falcar, who we know now to be part of this cult of necromancers, in possession of black soul gems? The Archmage has other reports of these gems being associated with necromancers, but we do not know why. We don't even know what they do.
I do.
We have overlooked these questions because we are so focused on rooting out the necromancers as quickly as possible. I'd like you to speak with Tarmina at the Mystic Archives. She is our specialist on Magica Arcana and has been helping gather information. I believe we have been asking her the wrong questions, taxing her too much with vague attempts to make sense of all that we know. Speak with her specifically about these black soul gems, if she knows anything about their powers or creation. An insight into their origins may lead us to those who are responsible for them. Her expertise in arcane knowledge and lore could be invaluable to us if we can make proper use of it. She can likely be found in the archives now, poring through materials on necromancy. She stops only to sleep at the Archmage's request.
Greetings,
Report back.
Guild.
As Tarmina, I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
And your mouth doesn't move when you say it, which is just mind-blowing. Lightning Ball. I don't have the required destruction skill to cast that, though. Or that. Or that.
Report back as soon as you can.
I shall indeed. I thought that was the archive there, but it must be here.
Look, if you're here for information, I'm afraid you'll have to find it on your own. I'm swamped right now, up to my ears in necromancy. Not practicing it, mind you. Wouldn't want anyone to think I was involved in that sort of thing. I simply meant researching it. Why? Why? Oh, no real reason. It's just that the entire Council of Mages has been in here at one time or another recently, all wanting information on necromancers. Necromancy, of all things. Oh, of course you were. No doubt the Council is trying to get you to bother me further. I ran Karanya out of here just a short while ago and told them to leave me alone. I keep telling them I can't produce results if I'm not given any time. I'm not used to working under conditions like this. Help? No offense, but I don't see how you can do that. Unless you'd like to take some of this work off my shoulders, I'm beyond helping. But I do appreciate the sentiment. If there's anything specific you need, that may be more reasonable than just asking me about necromancers. Now that is a bit more specific. Finally, something I can respond to. Let me think for a moment. Ah, yes, there's one obscure text that references these gems. I believe it's still around here someplace, unless Falkar never returned it. The name of the book is Necromancer's Moon. I'm unclear on the origins of the text, but it does involve these gems you're interested in. I'm afraid you'll have to find it yourself. I'm so out of sorts with all these requests, I've lost track of most everything. It's very distressing. I believe you'll find it quite helpful once you've had a chance to... The Mystic Archives. I thought it would have died down by now, what with the ban on the practice of and yet suddenly everyone shows up on my doorstep, needing information Good day.
So, am I supposed to be looking in... Okay, I am supposed to be looking here in the Mystic Archives for the book in question. And it suggests it's over here. Oh, there it is. Brothers and Sisters of the Worm? That's a really strange saying to start a book on necromancy. It's the right thing if you're on a cult of undead dragons, Dracoliches as they're called. To spare not of the trials we now face, for our time comes swiftly. The God of Worms watches over our order. Oh, so it might actually be worms, not dragon worm type things. The God of Worm watches over our order and will deliver us from these troubled times on the day of reckoning. Until then, perform his work in secret, serve his needs, and look to the skies for his signs. The Revenant, the Necromancer's Moon, watches over us all. His form ascended to godhood has taken its rightful place in the sky and hides the enemy, Arcane, from us, so that we may serve him. Watch for the sign. When the heavenly light descends from above, Hasten to his altars and make your blessing, so that he may bless you with but a taste of his true power. Grand soul gems offered to him will be darkened and can be used to trap the souls of the unwitting, a feast even the great Nagasta would marvel at. Stay faithful to the order of the Black Worm, and in time your loyalty will be rewarded. Soon he will return to set the world right in due time, and those who would stand in his way will suffer eternally at his hands, just as those who stood opposed before. Until that day, we must believe and be patient. Hide in your caves, in your ruined forts, in your secret lairs. Raise your minions, summon your servants, cast your spells, answer the call of the order when you are needed. Watch and listen. Let's take that. Hopefully that didn't count as stolen. It did. Wonderful!
Have you found Necromancer's Moon? I believe you'll find it quite helpful once you...
I have found it.
Farewell. Well, it's my pleasure. A most interesting text, is it not? We are fortunate that at least one necromancer took the time to record the information. I am unfamiliar with the shade of the Revenant described within the book, but I was never one to dabble in the more, shall we say, amoral arts. You may take that with you for now, if you wish. The Council may have use for it. Please, ask them to return it quickly, as I may need it again. Bye.
Bye. I think that should be rolled back to 79. Because I technically didn't steal it. I tell you what, if I go out and talk to the guards and they take me away because I supposedly stole that, I'm going to lose my nut. I also need to go and repair all of my gear at home. Home being the Priory of the Nine. But for now...
Well met, guildmate.
Let's come back in here and talk to what's-his-face.
Has Tarmina been of use in gathering information about the necromancers? Excellent work. I believe this will be of use to the Council. I shall make sure they're made aware of its contents. I've never heard of this shade of the Revenant. Some sort of celestial phenomenon? If that's correct, then Bothil would most likely know something about it, as the caretaker of the orrery. She should be on university grounds. A most fascinating contraption. Bothil is one of the few who understands how it worked and kept it running. Take care.
Greetings, hello there. Is there something I can do for you? Revenant, you say? And it represents something in the heavens? It sounds familiar. Let me think. Ah, yes, now I remember. Falcar was here some time ago asking about just such a thing. Said it was for research. He had a large sheaf of notes with him about it. I'm afraid I didn't have any more advice for him than I do for you. With the Ori in such a state of disrepair, I have no point of reference. Falcar did leave this behind. I think it fell from his notes as he left. I didn't pay it much attention, but perhaps it will be of use to you. I've heard things, to be sure. Is it true that some of our guild... Goodbye.
Okay. Yes, I wasn't aware of how black soul gems are made, but having played Skyrim, I'm aware that black soul gems are used to house human souls, which are the only souls you can't put into normal soul gems. Primary sites: the Dark Fissure, Fort Istrius, something like that, Fort Lynchel, Wellenbeck. Altars have been raised. Anchorites have been called. Watch the skies. Once a week, His grace shines down on us. No, I was waiting for something to tell me that there was something new I had to do. Oh, I got to show the note to Ramius. Okay.
Good day. So, Falcar expressed interest in this revenant as well, and left this note behind, did he? Perhaps we should look into it for more clues.
G'day, David.
This lists several locations. The first is the Dark Fissure, which I recognize. It's a cave in the mountains, south of Cheydinhall. If there is indeed an altar there, as the note suggests, I believe this cave is directly related to the contents of the book. Go to the Dark Fissure the next time this shade occurs. Search for any connection to what we've learned, and report back. Please, be careful. Anything you find is of no use to us if you do not survive. I believe we are dealing with powerful forces here. Do not put yourself in harm's way if it can be avoided. Be careful.
So, I need to find the Dark Fissure set before the next time the shade. I should be on lookout for the heavenly lights mentioned in the Necromancer's book. That's all a little bit vague.
How are you?
So, we are going to go back to yes, we're going to go back to the Priory of the Nine. Get all of our weapons and armor refreshed. And then we'll look into this further. David, by the way, I followed your guide that you posted on my videos. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, yeah, it worked, but I couldn't sleep. In-game, I mean. So I got a level every time I went to any sort of bed and clicked on them to try and sleep and, you know, get a level. Couldn't do it. Had to take all of those mods off. I don't know what the problem was, because it was in the middle of the stream that I recognized. It was, you know, I've been streaming for 6 hours now, so it was, you know, like 4 or 5 hours ago that I recognized that I couldn't do anything, so I just stopped the game. Disabled or uninstalled all of those mods, and everything's fine again now. But obviously one of them... Oh, you're supposed to use the wait button once you're in bed. Right, that's weird. Okay. I guess I can try that next time. I'll reinstall all of that in the morning and try it again. Which mod was doing that? Because I don't remember reading anywhere about that. It was a little weird. I tried to quickly look back on the mods that I had installed and get some idea of what the problem was, but really couldn't. We didn't end up even using that one. He does 11 though. I think, yeah, I can live with that. I think what I'm going to do... So let's go upstairs. There shouldn't be anything...
What can I do?
Else to repair.
I can repair all...
Right. Very good.
Farewell.
I'm going to put the Elven Blade away for now. I'm not going to sell it, but I will put it away. And I'm going to use the longsword of pain most of the time. Even though it's a very vampiric, necromantic type of weapon. And then I'm going to switch to the Sword of the Crusader when I need it. If this runs out of charges, which it will eventually, it'll still be a decent enough blade by itself that I won't have to worry. Okay, quick save. I probably did. I don't really recall when I saved or anything like that, but yeah, I would have saved with the mods installed. Okay. Where is this? Ooh. Okay. Let's travel to there. Oh, that was the other side of the river that we saw. How coincidental was that? So that's where we need to go, just over there. Other side of the lake. I said river, but, you know, I'm an idiot. Oh, look. An Oblivion gate right there. Almost feel like I should be doing that. Hang on, this... Oh, no, this isn't the cave. Okay. It's up here. Right. Oh, joy. How the hell am I going to get up to it? Bloody crabs. Okay, I'm going to go over here. Come on. I'll get all the way up here and then I'll find that it's back down. I don't know. Is it all the way up there, is it? Found darkfish. Did I? I don't see anything that looks like a darkfisher, except for this door right here with a altar out the front. And a zombie right there. Okay, I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes. grab a snack, I guess, and then we'll go and do this. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves. And I am back. You're doing your best impersonations of Oblivion NPCs, I see. Well done. Right.
You will not stop us. The Order of the Black Worm will consume all in its path.
Take that!
You're just gonna keep on running, aren't you? Fall down in the pit. God damn it. Summons. Good. Need me away from big Wraith or Spectre or whatever he is. Don't have a problem with that. You're dead. Come back here. I hate these enemies that won't stand their ground. Finally. Okay, I don't want the silver mace. I'll just take the potion. I'll just take the gold. I'm not interested in the more flesh. What is that? It looks like a solar-powered light. Doesn't do anything when I walk over it. Do you have any gold? No, you just got more flesh. Let's heal. That still has some charges left in it, which is quite good. Let's have a look on the map. Where are we up to? That's where I came in. That goes to the Dark Fissure Tunnels. No, sorry. I feel like that's where I came in. Am I not doing the right quest? I don't know. Let's go and have a look at the rest of this area that I didn't see before. What What have you got that's interesting? A handwritten note. What does the handwritten note say? To the anchorites, place your grand soul gems in the altar. Pray for his blessing and strike the altar with your soul trap magic. Your gems will become instruments of his divine power. I see. I found evidence of necromancers creating black soul gems at the Dark Fisher Cave, as well as other altars throughout Cyrodiil. I need to get this information to Ramius. Well, yeah, of course I need to get this information to Ramius, but I can finish looting here first, surely. Like, there's a wraith or whatever this thing is that needs to be killed. Almost got killed. That wasn't fun. That wasn't fun at all. Ooh. Couple of bodies hanging down there. We'll have to check that out in a minute. Let's heal. That does a decent job of recharging. I don't actually have the soul trap spell, so I probably should consider getting that at some point. Doesn't look like there's anything else here of any real importance. Let's go down. Except there's a tunnel there. Let's go down here first. Does the map show anything else? Yeah, that's the tunnel I just saw. Good. Let's quick save. Ooh. There is stuff down here. There's more ghosts. My enchanted item's run out of charges already. I just charged it back up. I mean, not to full, but I wasn't sure if that was actually doing any damage. This one wasn't doing the long sort of pain. Like, it's unclear to me if ghosts can be hurt by magical weapons that don't have a charge anymore. Well, I think I've done enough. Like the quest, I found the evidence. I need to get the information back, so I don't think I actually had to sit out there and wait. I found evidence that they've been doing it. That seems to be enough for the quest, so... I mean, I know it said that you had to see the time and everything, but it didn't seem to... I don't know. We'll see what happens. I need to do a bit more healing again. We did have another... How has Rock Shadow lost some of its stuff? I never used it. What level is this sword at now? Yeah, it's not too bad, about 2/3. 3/4 actually. More of these solar lamps. Feeling I'm not going to get through with this lockpick, you know, and so that's what I have to do. It's obvious that I just have to wait and then say this lockpick isn't going to work. Flesh, and there is nothing in here. So either someone didn't like this headless zombie and decided to trap them in here, or they trapped someone in there who somehow killed themselves and became a zombie and lost their head in the process. Whether they lost their head when they died or after they died is unclear. No, I can't see much more in that room at the moment. Come on, give me that last little bit of magic. There we go. Full health. Alrighty then. That's interesting, whatever the hell that is. Come on. Oh, there's another skeleton archer over there. I don't want to get too close, because he might decide to get involved. And that's going to be annoying for me then. Come on, come closer. There we go. Zap. Bang. Bang. Zap. Bang. Zap. Bang. Zap. There you go. You're dead. chest here. Oh, that's locked. Go. Some panes back. That. Right. What is the deal? Feels like that's some trap. Wait. Where do you think we're going? Books look all that interesting. What's in the chest? The Darkfisher cell key, which is probably the cell that I just spent ages picking, maybe? I don't know. Nothing up over here. Is that sword no longer charged again? Oh no, there we go. It's red again now. It wasn't a second ago. I don't know why. Heal or... 2. Let's quick save. How long will I continue to stream? It's been 6 3/4 hours now. It will probably be another couple of hours, I would think. It's only 7:30 here. And I'm feeling pretty good. So maybe 2 hours. So there's nothing here. Where is the... Yeah, that must have been the key to that cell that I went to all that effort to pick. I'm curious if this thing opens at all. Let's quick save. Let's just take a chance. Okay. Nothing happens when I walk on it. I'm going to ignore it for now. Let's head out. What was the key we just got? Oh, that was the cell, wasn't it? The Darkfisher cell key. Yeah. Did I? Yes, that's that down there. I went down there. That's. Or did I? Was that a door that I didn't get through? No, it's not. Okay. Not sure what I'm doing here. I hope to stream similar times tomorrow as to what I've done today. So I'm assuming that's a yes. Door to the Valinus Mountains. Let's come down here. Let's try out this door. Okay, the Darkfisher cell key opened that one. This is a hard fight. Now I'm starting to get into real problems because I'm running out of healing potions. This is going to be fun. Yeah, they're a pain. How they are continually just tramping through.
I've fought crabs more fearsome than you.
That's not what I wanted to do that. Just power through. Kill this. God damn. There we go. Dead. That's the way to do it. Whew. Okay. There's another necromancer here somewhere. I think he went went down that tunnel. Well, a single weak healing potion. Yep, that's gonna last a while. I'm gonna have to make it last a while. Just quick save. Okay, we did get one guy here. Great. Okay. Oh, Dwarven Bows. Staff of Severing. Okay. Elven Warhammer. Okay. Nothing else up here. Seems a bit pointless, really. I did search you, didn't I? Yes, I did. Very good. So that's where I came in. There's nothing up there. So it's just a matter of going this way. Let's get that health back up. Dangers are going to come from that way. Search this chest from here. So okay, a ghost down there. We don't have anything there that I can see. So let's go and get this ghost. Okay, that worked well. I don't know why I'm taking the ectoplasm when I'm not taking half the other stuff, but anyway. Whoa! Well, that was nice and quick. She had a steel mace. Okay. So she was obviously from down that other corridor, which I think now I should probably go and investigate. Probably just a dead end with some... Okay. What was that weapon you were using? Silver battle axe. Nothing too spectacular. And all you were guarding was 25 gold. Is that... Oh, I've still got 22 uses of my sword left. What have I got? Did I get any more soul gems? I didn't, and they don't have any charge on them, so... Let's head out to that other door down below. I didn't notice there was a... No, where is it? This way. I thought I came up this way. Where was the door? Oh, that's right. I came down here and I decided not to go through, so there's a door there that goes into this room. Okay, yep. All good. I know where I am now. Ah, yes, thank you. Make sure you guys can see what's going on. I was going to say there's just a rat, that's it, but there's a necromancer there. Is there going to be an easy way to get up to him without going all the way around? There is.
Who's there?
And there's somebody over there. Hello there. Chop that rat out of the air. Okay. Door here. Get this chest. Oh, it's locked. No, that's the wrong spell. That's right, I don't have high enough level to do it with a spell yet, do I? Come on. There we go. Elven arrows, silver amulet, and some gold. Quick save. I did search him. No, I didn't. Because I thought other things were coming to kill me. Okay, nothing down here but the mouse. Bat, whatever. Darkfish Inner Sanctum. Oh my god, how much longer does this dungeon go for? Like, I'm running out of charge on my weapons. Is that sword no longer charged? It's got 7 uses left. Right, that was fun. So did you download it from the Nexus, David? Because if you did, if you go under whatever the game that you downloaded it for, so you know how you got the little drop down where you can select which game, you do that and then you go under the mods menu and there's my download history, and you click on it and it'll show you all the mods that you've downloaded for that game, and you should be able to find it in that list. Okay. Settings. You know what? I feel like I really need to go back and resupply. Where is my weight? Oh, maybe not. Oh no, here it is. Talk about. Yeah, I feel like I need to resupply. I am running low on charges on all of my weapons. And I'm sure my equipment is pretty battered up as well. So that's at 48. That's at 84, 66, 57. Yeah, all of my equipment is, apart from my shield, is pretty badly battered up. So I feel like what I need to do is go back to... I could just end it here. Alright? I've technically done enough for the quest by the sounds of it. I mean, I didn't wait until the right phase of the moon, but I have got some information, so I can take that back, but I think I'll go back, repair my gear, get it all charged back up again. I've had problems with Nexus for the last couple of days. It's been up and down like a yo-yo. In particular, definitely today though. I mean, it was, 8 or 9 hours ago when I was having those problems, but it was giving me grief when I was trying to download things. So I don't think it's been stable for the last couple of days, personally. Okay, Arbiter, thanks for joining. Hope you have a good one. Whatever the rest of your Saturday brings. Gonna sell all of this stuff and that and all of that and that. I might chuck that in there because I can't really sell it. I need to find a good source of more healing potions without making them, because the ones you make are absolute crap. Might grab that key back, actually. Yeah, I need some more lockpicks as well, definitely. Let's come back up here. Sell to the market district. What I really want is just to be able to use spells for lockpicking.
Look at the muscles on you.
Its scent is unfamiliar.
Have you heard any word about the other provinces?
What kind of deal? What can I interest you in?
I mean, I like this one Grand Master lockpick, but I try not to use it unless I really need to, because once it breaks, it's all over.
That's a good deal. That seems a fair price. That's a fair... You... An excellent... That's a good deal. You got a great deal there.
It's all just stuff I sold to you.
Thank you for your business. Goodbye. Please, come again.
Hello.
Samuel Bantian used to be a wild one. They say he used to be quite...
You're in. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Yeah, you were wrong. There's nothing to suit me in here.
Take care.
There's not going to be anything in there. I haven't been into this place in a long time. Just curious what they've got.
You've come to I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Yeah.
Good
Thanks,
day.
no thanks. Yeah, you have a good day too. I'm not really going to have anything I want, but I'll have a quick look.
Go ahead, please. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Yeah, nothing I want there.
Buy.
Yeah, definitely. There's really not a lot there. I'm hoping, though, that maybe this lady will
I have
some
everything for the
potions.
budding. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
5 potions of healing. 3 potions of strong healing.
You're a fine negotiator. You drive a hard bargain.
Oh yeah, I do. Ah, my amulet.
A pleasure to serve you.
My amulet absorbs 15 points of spell damage. I'm assuming it recharges magicka when it does it. But yes, that's a nice effect. That's fully charged. I need to get that charged now.
I have everything for the... Goodbye.
So... Does he not charge weapons?
Go ahead.
No, he doesn't.
Goodbye.
I'm trying to think who does. Maybe the staff guy? I didn't notice it though.
Good day.
No.
Bye.
I can always go to the enchanting part of the... what's the name? Mage's Guild type thing. You're not going to have anything. You're not going to have anything. Feed bag. Let's just see. I doubt these guys will have any potions, but... Well, it's got to the point that even if she does charge an arm and a leg for her potions, she's selling potions.
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Which is not happening anywhere else.
Good day.
So there's this other one over here. They might have potions, although I think I might have come and got some potions from here before, so they might not have any new stock.
If you have it, can I interest you in some of my wares?
No, that's right. He has lots of ingredients to make potions, but he doesn't actually stock any potions for some unknown reason. I have mentioned before how I really dislike alchemy in this game in particular. Because when you try and create a potion, you can't create a potion that's an exact match of the existing potions. You have to create potions that do their actions over time. And I really don't like that. But if I was to do another playthrough...
Greetings, Guildmaid.
if I was to do another playthrough of this, I need to talk to Ramus. I would...
Have you been to the Dark Fissure yet? We need... So you saw them. The altars must be infused with some kind of power to change over the soul gems. I shall pass the news on to the Council. Most troubling indeed to know that these are not merely myths. I also fear their numbers may be greater than we believed. You have again performed admirably. You have my thanks, and that of the Council as well.
So what I was going to say was, if I was to do another playthrough of this, I'm not sure if I will, but if I was, I probably would go down the alchemy route. And then what I would be trying to do is mix and match the potions that I use. So use one of my home-brewed potions that does over time and back it up with a couple of instant heals, for example. And it's really only the healing that's the big problem. I don't tend to run low on, or I don't worry about stamina that much, at least in the build I'm doing at the moment. I do have times when I'm running low on magicka, but most of the time I'm willing to wait for the magicka to come back. I'll use my sword in the meantime. But if I did need to use a sorcery potion to bring up my magicka, I've got a lot of those. I've got, heaps of them, so they're not a big deal. But B, again, one that would raise it slowly over time wouldn't be such a big thing. So I guess I would try and go down that route eventually, but it's just so annoying that you can't make the straight up potions. Anyway.
Your role within the guild becomes ever more essential. You have now attained the rank of magician and are freely able to access the council chamber. Seek out Archmage Traven. He has personally requested that you see him for your next assignment.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
What can I interest you in?
Nothing. Because I can't even cast your second lowest spell. In fact, I'm not sure how you could. Where is Archmage Traven going to be? Is he going to be up here?
How may I assist you? Greetings. It is high time that we met face to face, don't you think? Raminus has told me good things about you. You have advanced quickly and show great promise. I now intend to put your talents to a more direct test. I have a difficult task that you can, perhaps, assist with. Good day.
They are white shoes.
Welcome back.
I would have thought he would have worn
An important task awaits you. Are you prepared to begin?
Sure.
Very good. Let me explain what is at stake. The Council of Mages has been aware of the increased necromancer activity in Cyrodiil for some time.
So why have you not done anything about it?
It had been our position to sit back and watch what unfolded, but that time has clearly passed. We cannot tolerate these attacks on the Guild. Most of our information on the necromancers has come from an informant inside the cult itself, a Guild member who offered to infiltrate their ranks. Yes, and we have for quite some time. Though the information he has provided is limited, it has given us a sense of their scope and power. The Council was initially reluctant to believe the information was reliable, but with recent events, they have little choice but to trust it. I fear that our informant is in danger, and that is why I have called you here. Lucianus Elias. He is not a council member, but has long served the Guild here at the Arcane University. Aware of the growing interest in the Guild after the ban on necromancy was put into place, he offered to help the Council track the cult's actions. With my blessing, he infiltrated the group, and has fed us information for quite some time, until recently. I have not heard from him, and I fear for his safety. The lack of reports from Mucianus has disturbed the Council, and they are now concerned about the legitimacy of his information. A group of battle mages were dispatched to Mucianus' last known location with the intent of bringing him in for questioning. I argued against it, but eventually agreed to maintain order in the council. I regret that decision, and that is why I wish to send you there. I fear the battle mages may mistreat Mucianus if they do not mistake him for one of the many necromancers no doubt present in the ruins. I wish for you to find Mucianus and ensure his safe return to the Arcane University. I do not want anything to go wrong. Please, hurry. The battle mages will arrive there soon, if they have not already, and time is of the essence. If, for any reason, they are unsuccessful, Mucianus' life will be in forfeit. You must make sure he is safe. Go now, and bring word to me as soon as he has been escorted to safety. Mucianus last reported being sent to the ruins of Nenyon Twill, south of the Imperial City. That is where the battle mages went. South of the White Rose River, nearly halfway to the border of elsewhere. I'm afraid I know nothing more about the location, or what you may expect to find once you arrive. Thank you. Know that I would not ask such a thing of you if I did not feel it was urgent, or that it was beyond your capabilities. I shall await your return. Make haste. Mucianus is in danger.
Okay. I'm going to make haste by coming back here to the city the market district. And who was it? There was someone here
Good
that I was
afternoon.
buying from that had a lot
He still teaches others, though. Of
The
course.
children are starving.
of soul gems. It must have been Arcane, Mystical Elegance, or whatever it's called. Mystic Emporium. Yeah, so I want to buy...
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
So let's buy these.
I wouldn't
They've
make
got
that.
gems, souls in them.
You drive a hard...
I want that because it's got a soul in it. That's only got a petty soul in it, but I'll take it anyway. 2 greater souls.
pleasure. A fine bargain for you.
And some lesser souls. I'll grab all of them. Grab those 8 petty souls.
You bought that for a song. A pleasure to serve.
Okay, so that should be enough to recharge. Oh, I wanted to charge. Damn it, I wanted to charge that up. Hang on. Nope. My way of fixing the Mystic Emporium bug, the door bug, was to disable the Frostcrag DLC, because it's what causes the bug. See you, BM. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us.
Well met, guildmate. I've heard others say the same.
Good day.
Practice rooms, not what I'm looking for. Yes, this is what I want.
A pleasure. Farewell.
That's not what I want. And that's not what I want. So I can't recharge items here. there was somebody here who was recharging items. I met someone around here, and they were able to recharge items, and I do not recall who it was. It is 6:40 p.m. Where is the shopkeeper? Someone's kidnapped her. Right. All I want is someone who is able to recharge items for me. And I'm positive there was somebody around here who could. Practice rooms? No.
Excuse me, fellow.
I'm sorry, fellow.
Let's just have a quick look in the practice rooms, actually, just to be safe. You won't be, but there's the guy upstairs who might. No, hang on. It was you down here. You're not an apprentice. You're the...
A pleasure to...
No, you
Bye.
don't recharge, and there's nothing around there. Let's come over here.
I'm sorry, fellow magic.
This is... I don't think anyone in the Mystic Archives will do it for me.
A pleasure to... Knowledge is power. You too.
I'm sorry, fellow Matt.
I feel like I may end up having to go...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel like I may end up having to go to one of the cities.
Greetings, guildmate. I'm sorry, fellow magic.
It's my pleasure. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. Farewell.
That's the spell-making altar. Damn it. Can no one recharge my... It's probably going to annoy him, but let's wake him up. See?
Good day.
Yep, no, you can't do anything.
You too.
Yep, I'm sure you're happy that I just wake you up, but... How absolutely ridiculous is this? I cannot get anybody to recharge.
Well met.
Nope.
You too.
I mean, the thing is, I don't want to use the soul gems that I just took, because that seems like a waste when I can just pay for someone to have it done. But I'm having problems finding anyone to get it done. Where do we need to go for this quest? Okay, right there. That's in a really crappy place. You know that? Although it's probably easiest for me to go from the Priory of the Nine. Let's come down here to Breville. And that's 1 a.m.
What is it, Sarah? Go ahead, please. Farewell.
I didn't think I had the Mage Guild key on me. Oh, I obviously do. Yeah, I could swim through the lake. Certainly a possibility. Let's come back out here and see if there's anyone up and about who can charge up my spells.
Carandio.
Yep.
Be seeing you.
What about...
Now that Henantir has returned, I do hope our paths cross again.
Greetings, magician. It's my... Bye.
You look like a bright one.
Couldn't help me before. I might try and wake her up in a minute. There's nobody in there.
I hope I can help. Let's get to training.
No, thank you, but...
What can I interest you in?
Do you have... You don't, because potions would be above that. So...
Farewell.
That's no
Hail!
Good.
What have you been up to?
I ran into some goblins in the woods not long ago. Nasty.
Delphin. You've got a lot to learn. What can I interest you in?
What have you got? Anything that's going to jump out at me? Soul Trap.
Come back and see me again.
Yeah.
Be seeing you.
So you were the one who was sleeping here? You were. Okay. What about up here? Surely there's going to be somebody somewhere here. And no. I remember there being a trader somewhere. Like a
Hello, guildmate.
Well
merchant
met.
Greetings,
If someone doesn't do so,
type of thing.
so good.
Yeah, good to see you
Greetings,
again.
well met.
But nobody
Good day.
here. Or maybe go down to the basement. I seem to remember somewhere that there was a trader that I went to, an arms trader, who had...
Eatery.
That's what I'm looking for.
Magic items are no good without...
Okay. What do you
Can
got
I
in my
interest you in
spells?
some of my wares?
You got some pretty big. Yes, actually, I will buy that. I thought that was the one I already had. But I guess not, because I don't think I've got illusion that high. Okay.
Come back and see me again.
Right. Anyway, as I was saying, I was positive that I had seen a blacksmith.
Hello, guildmate.
That had somebody in their shop who would also charge up items, but I can't remember where it is. But anyway, that's enough here. We've got that going. let's... We've got to head back to here, so we might as well just head on up this road where it breaks off, come through there and go over to it. So we need to be going this side of the temple and out through the gate. Oh, I can't use the temple at all.
Hello, stranger. Luciana Galena. I'm Breville's farewell.
I don't actually remember Breville's thing being attacked. Where's the gate? Oh, it's over there.
Let's hear it.
So do I... Oh. That's not good. Real skill level is too low. Well, that's nice. So none of the altars in this temple were working. Can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. Oh, I got, it was the, what's her names? All of the zombies and stuff that were hitting me in that last place is what caused all of that. I thought there was like a little shrine to Arcane. Ooh, that's restoration increase, and I got a level out of it. Knights of the Nine, eh? Where's this going? Over the bed, Emerald of Kings. Oh, Song of Ping. That book's worth 150 gold. I didn't realise that book was worth so much. I got a copy of that at home. very strange. Okay. What am I doing? I don't want to go through there. Oh, look. Potion of healing. Okay, this is not the place to go for healing or anything like that. I think I'm best to come here then. I'm pretty sure that in my chapel here I can get what I need to get all cured up.
The light of the divine still shines in your face. You have been chosen by the gods for a holy mission.
What does it think I've done this time? God, this is annoying.
Do not fail.
So it thinks I've done something wrong. So here's the simple solution. We're going to go back to Bruma. Or Breville, sorry. I'm going to find the nearest guard, talk to him, get arrested, pay my 2 gold fine.
Stop right there, criminals!
40 gold. For what? I don't know.
Here's the procedure.
Surely that's not the reason why I couldn't get healed at the temple. But let's check.
Go ahead.
Because if that is the reason, it would be good to know that if I go to the temple and they can't do anything for me, then it's most likely... I should also wait for dawn and go here. Let's do that first. Yeah, sure. 7 hours sounds good. I don't want to mod my way out of it. I just want to know, like,
what?
I've got no idea what I did wrong. It happens over and
Can
over
I interest
again.
you in some of my wares?
And I don't think I was stealing anything.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Where did all my money go? I had over 10 grand at one point. Now, I know I did buy some stuff, but all I want with the criminal system is a bit better idea of understanding what I've done wrong, because I really don't get it. I'm deliberately playing to not do those things. The only thing I can think of is that occasionally I hit a follower in combat. And if that's all it takes to become a criminal, then that's just unreal. I'm assuming, yeah, the reason none of this is working is because probably this temple needs to be reconsecrated. That's fine. Oh, so the potions I bought cost a lot. Well, yeah, okay. I get that. I just thought I had like 13 or 11,000 or something, and I'm now down to 3. Anyway, let's come in here and heal. This is the one I want. So we seem to have lost that that curse we had when we took the gauntlets. So I don't know when that disappeared, but it's gone. So we had it at the start of the stream, 7.5 hours ago. But we don't anymore. Not complaining, but we don't. So, anyway, okay. Let's see if we can make our way to where we need to go for this mission. Stuck on the rock. Let's try that. The problem I have with the Allied stones is they only do it once. So they're no different from using... What is this building? They're no different from using soul gems. What the hell? Oh, there is a door. I didn't think there was a door here. Isolated house. Why didn't you tell me, chat? Got to rest to get my level. Okay, I can get intelligence this time because I raised up my conjuration. Endurance, and let's go agility, because I really haven't raised that up much at all. I haven't had much of a chance to raise it up, has been the main thing. Okay. let me just refresh myself. Mucus. We need to look for Mucus Alias. Is his name. And rescue him. Everybody else dies. Well, apart from the BattleMages. And I think for this mission, I'm going to stick with the Crusader sword. Oh, I didn't get that repaired. Damn it. That's a nuisance.
You! What are you doing here?
Filth Rager?
Fifth Raga, BattleMage, sent by the Council to find this traitor. He must have told them we were coming. We've got to get our hands on him before he tells them anything else. Who the blazes are you, anyway? Has the Council gone mad, sending you here alone? There's no time. The others, they were waiting for us. They knew we were coming. I'm the only one left. The necromancers retreated further in, but we've got to follow them. There's no time to waste. Follow me.
Oh, you actually made it without getting trapped by that. You're kidding me. Guess he's dead now. So, was there anything on him that I had to do? What does it say in the quest? I need to continue on my own to find Mucus Alias. Right, I don't want to steal War Axe. I don't want all of that steel stuff. I'm just going to take your 136 gold and be about it. I don't want your steel mace. I can sell that and I can sell those. Thank you very much. Let's quick say. So he survived this massive trap that was going to squash him against the ceiling, and yet he couldn't survive an attack from a single headless zombie. Did I kill him? I did. Run while you can, little mage. Little necromancer. Staff of Sickness. Healing potions. 7 magicka. Get some heals going. What about you? What have you got? Some more potions. Some corrode. Actually, can I just rest for an hour? I can. Yep, Spellblade is coming along pretty damn good. It's not the ideal build, but once you know what you're doing, it's not too bad. By that I mean... Ooh, did I miss... Let's just have a quick look and make sure I didn't miss another way I could go. By that I mean that you need intelligence to raise up your magicka, and the build by default did not have much in the way of intelligence. Okay, that must be the way we come out, because there's no obvious... what's the names? Although maybe there's some gold there. There's no triggers. Darkest of Darkness. I might just take that. That's probably a good evidence of what they've been doing. Yeah, so I didn't have any skills as major skills that were going to increase my intelligence. And intelligence is how you get magicka in this. So that's been a little bit limiting until I realised that if I just make sure I get a level of conjuration, which reminds me, use a little bit of conjuration so that for next level, which may not be that far off. Oh no, we're ages from it, but I'll still get it out of the way. I now know that if I raise up if I get at least one level of conjuration, which is one of the intelligence skills, then I shall be fine to continue. That's right, we already searched you. Well, that's a gate, which thankfully he didn't go through. Oh, you missed. Ouch. Come on. Just quickly hack you to pieces. Very good. You're... Okay, let's... That's no soul level. That's the other thing. What spell am I looking for? It'll be ranged, won't it? No? Is it touch? Oh, that's right, I've got Soul Trap. I've got the touch version. 68. Requires mysticism of 25. Does that mean... Yeah, I can't cast it. Okay. Fine. Be like that then. No, I don't want the ectoplasm, but I will take the Elven Short Sword. And we better switch back to Sword of the Crusader. Just getting low on charges, but it's not too bad, so we can recharge that in a minute. Are you Mucus?
Well met.
No? What are you doing down here? Who are you?
Oh, you poor dear. I'm afraid you're late to the party. The guest of honor has already left. And I do hate to disappoint you, but Mucianus is in no condition to be leaving. He's a worm thrall now, and shall be quite content here. A grim fate indeed, but one does not cross the Order of the Black Worm without suffering greatly for it. I shall tell the master that you were here looking for him. Perhaps I'll bring him your head as an offering.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? Something about my head? Okay. I realised halfway through what I was saying there that I did have to be very careful as to how I enunciated what I was thinking. Really? Come on then. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted. Oh, let's ragdoll the headless. Actually, I don't care what's on it. No, I don't think there are the whole, oh, hello. I don't think there are the, well, I know that I've never seen any of the kill cam type stuff, so it doesn't appear to be in the game. 4 uses left. I think I need to charge that up. What have I got? Greater Soul Gem. Right there. How did that do? That filled it. Grim. Take that, and I'll take those. Nothing I want there. Okay, we're going to get zapped from those turrets by the looks of it. There's probably not a lot I can do. Damn zombies. Yellow tick. Is he dead? Yes, he is. Phew. Yeah, not something I would want to do then if it's that unstable. Let's see, what have you got? Staff of Corrosion, some healing. And look at that, a black soul gem. Trying to see if there's any triggers to open these things up. If I can get to those, I can potentially get something, those alien crystals to recharge my weapons. Or weapon in this case, because I'm not going to charge more than one. That's nothing. Ooh, look at that. A glass mace. Okay. Just opened that up. That's not what I wanted. I wanted you to lift those up. What have you got? Lesser Staff of Fireball. Some more potions, which reminds me, I need to rest and get some health going. Let's see if that potion can get rid of... No. Oh, hang on. Let's give it a sec. Yep, that worked. Okay, that's a hard one. Let's try with an apprentice lock this first. Oh, we got in first try. See, that's... I know it's all random, but sometimes it just seems like it takes no effort at all. And other times... You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking the buttons for those cages are quite likely under the water or something. buttons around here. This is where I came in, wasn't it? Yes. There's no buttons over here. I've searched him already, and I've searched that already. There's nothing in there I want, and there's nothing in there I want. Nothing here. No buttons on that. That. No buttons I can see on this. No buttons on here. No buttons on here. What the? Didn't pick up my thing. Did I do that? No, I didn't. Okay. So, unless there's a button in there that does it. No buttons here. And we've got a door there. Problem is, oh, there are stairs over there if I dive in. Does the map have, the map doesn't seem to have any indication, although, what is that little thing there? Okay, if I come over here, there's steps down here, and it suggests that under the water, just over there may be something. No, there isn't. There's nothing there, there's nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, around here, here, there's no buttons on that pedestal, there's no buttons there. Aha. Button there. Okay. That's opened one of them. So that's great. That's another charge up. So there's likely to be another one somewhere around here on this side. Open the other one. No idea if I could have done that underwater, but it didn't seem like a safe thing to try. Yeah, here's the other one. Okay. So we've got an exit there, and there's something we need to go to over there. I feel like I want to check this out first. Just because.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Wonderful. Okay. Got her. She's obviously been sleeping in here. There's a zombie arm there. An elf cup cap. Oh, that's actually a ingredient. Right. And we don't want torches. Weak potion of insight. Galrin the Mystic. Book of Daedra. Great, with some cloth in it. I don't need to level up, but I now remember. Lock that into my brain. That's where there is somewhere to level up if I absolutely need it. That is the wall that I'm pretty sure I said earlier that we would be coming out from. Maybe I didn't, but that is what it is. That's how I'm going to get it. No, I did, because I came over here and I thought there was a passage behind it, and I couldn't see anything. There was no triggers, there was no doors. Right. So, we're all good. Mr. Zombie. Is there a necromancer in here with you? Doesn't look like it. You are Mucus. Transformed into some kind of walking dead. There's nothing I can do for him. I should report his fate to Hannibal Tavern. There is something I can do for him. Let's just have a look. Assaults 9, murders 0. It's a quick save. Man, he's got some help. I've just used up all of the enchantments on this. That is ridiculous. Did that make that another assault? No, it didn't. Okay. So we have, I think, finished this mission. There's not much else we can do. But what I can do that better have recharged the sword. Good, it did. Well, I was thinking that there might be a way to heal him, but I realised I don't know any healing spells for anybody else but myself. And it would only be like remove disease, and I don't even think that would really work. So the easiest way was to just make him at peace. Actually, I just wasted that stone to recharge that sword, because I can just come back here and get it fully charged and repaired in like 10 seconds. Can you repair my other sword, though?
Go ahead, please. For the right price, I can make anything good as new.
Just gonna sell them, so no.
Take care. You have my ear, citizen.
What? Farewell.
Who do I need to talk to for this mission? Oh, the Archmage.
Greetings,
The Archmage.
It's nice to be seeing you.
Hello, magician.
Well met, guildmate.
I would have thought he was the Archmage.
What news of your task? Your face looks grim. What? By the Nine, and there was nothing you could do for him? What a horrible fate. I cannot imagine how they could do that to him. So many lives lost. I thank you for trying to save him. Bye.
Bye. So I know there's another mission, obviously.
Well
go
met,
here.
guildmate.
There's
The Elder
obviously more
Council
than
and the
one.
bureaucracy have managed the Empire's affairs for decades. The Emperor rules, but the Council handles
I've
all
been
the
streaming
details.
for 8 hours and 21
Yes.
and a half minutes
Bye.
at this point.
Hello, Master Wizard.
I think
And
that
Darren Doris
is
is an
a pretty good
intemperate,
place to
bibulous
leave
philanderer.
this
How
stream.
may I
and a
assist you?
dark elf.
So thank you everybody for joining me.
Other
I'm
than
glad.
that is
I'm
perfectly
happy with
suitable.
how far we've gotten. I still have to finish the Knights of the Nine by going and killing Umriel the Unfettered. I was hoping to do some more quests to get a few more spells and stuff like that. That hasn't really panned out very much. So I may end up having to come in here and do this quest anyway tomorrow. We'll see. But apart from that, it's going to be just... we also went and finished the quest at Kvatch. We got rid of that. So that was good. Yeah, it's just going to be more of the Mage Guild and maybe start taking some more of the Fighters Guild quests
Form graceful.
tomorrow.
She's something else. I've heard she'll train
Potentially
others as
with
well.
the end of the
So
night's
long.
quest as well.
Good day.
So thank you everyone. Have a good one. Keep playing games and have fun. I will see you later. Thanks a lot. Bye.